Hey everybody, welcome back to Westeros, and welcome to the Play the Game channel, the new home for A Sea of Spears, our Song of Ice and Fire RPG. We are glad to see you. We hope that you enjoy this visit if you're here for the first time. Though if you are here for the first time, how'd you get here? It's crazy, but it's good to see you anyways. And hopefully you'll catch up on YouTube to learn a little bit more about the characters, who is who, and who is doing what, and who is doing who, and what's going on. Just all kinds of stuff. Oh, and thank you for the subscription right off the bat, Nubasaur. Um, I didn't even get to mention the Iron Throne yet, so I guess I'll skip and I'll go to the Iron Throne first, and then the characters. Right over my head, you will see the rather famous Iron Throne of Westerosi lore. When the Iron Throne is defeated and the HP bar goes away, you get to give a destiny point to a character of your choice, which is character, not just player character. So you can help the NPCs also if you'd like, either friendly or unfriendly ones. But you could give a destiny point to the character of your choice, and whoever has the Iron Throne at the end of the episode has claimed power and established a dynasty that will last for 2 weeks minimum. And you get to talk to me at the end of the episode and do kind of another sort of plot point to somebody. So a royal boon goes to a character or a house or whatever of your choice, and then I've got a few weeks to work in how to do that. Sometimes it's just more spotlight time for some NPCs. Sometimes it's something good happening to an NPC. Sometimes it's something good happening to the players through the NPC. The last tourney that we held was in King's Landing by House Baratheon, and people kept giving royal boons to House Baratheon. So I kept having Robert Baratheon double the tourney prizes, basically, just to show off how fucking rich House Baratheon is. So it
And,
ended up.
and and there was
Go
that
ahead.
time you had him turn up in the melee.
Yes. So sometimes it benefits the players. Sometimes it surprises and terrifies the players. And you can also choose, player for that sort of thing. And we'll try to figure something out. Choose the player's faction. Sometimes I've got to bank the royal boons, and it might take a little while to pay off. But so yeah, that is our manipulation of the the Iron Throne, which should be just above the Baratheon hammer behind me. Symbolic. In the meantime, let's go ahead and introduce some player characters. We are kicking off with the first full day of Adam Nymerian's name day tourney. So let's start with Adam and work our way up the age brackets that way. But Ash, who are you? How you doing? And what is Adam up to this fine sunny Dornish morning?
Right. I'm Ash. I play Adam Nymerian, the youngest of the four siblings, and the softest bean. Um, I'm doing good today, although I'm a bit too hot, but I have a cocktail, so all is right with the world. Adam is super excited because this is the first proper day of the tourney. That stuff's going to be happening, and also his kind of pet favorite uh, competition will be starting, the archery contest. So he'll be geeking about that and wondering who's going to be competing, who's going to get through to the next round, all that stuff. And yeah, looking forward to watching things unfold. So next would be my big bro, Lucaris.
Hi everybody, I'm Robert. I play Lucaris, and I'm hanging out, not taking things very seriously.
Wow, what's different about that?
I mean, when we're not being stabbed, not that much. Looking forward
Yes.
to some fun tourney stuff, and I don't know, maybe more wine. Definitely more wine.
Yeah, I was like, I'm not sure what a maybe is doing at the start of that sentence.
It was just there to soften the sentence. It was not a real maybe. There was no real maybe about it.
It's
Gotcha,
a polite
gotcha.
maybe.
We can go up to my sister. The one in chronological order, you.
Uh, what does that armor look like for new viewers? Has it been upgraded, or just to describe it to new people? Oh, uh, we've got a sound issue, Erica. It looks like they can hear the rest of us, but they can't hear you. So let's skip over to Felicia while Erica works on her sound.
Oh, wow.
That firstborn
Wow.
stealing everything from you. All right, let's let Felicia take over while Erica tries to figure that out.
Yeah, let's let Felicia take over. Uh, I'm Felicia, and I play Raina Nymerian, heir to House Nymerian, lady of the house, whatever you want to say, boss bitch. Uh, Raina is ostensibly not in charge of this whole thing, but she has been like having to handle the costs and do the line checks on what we're spending and why we're spending it, and it's super exciting. Gotta tell you, um, but it also she's been a little self-obsessed with stuff about her potential love life, which is right on hold right now, and it makes me sad.
That's because you're not prepared to steal someone else's man. You're too nice.
No. No.
Oh.
Grandpa is very clear that he really doesn't want to have to go and fix what busting up that betrothal would break.
Yeah, and unfortunately, you're in a very crowded castle instead of out on campaign where, A, there's a lot more going on, so people are less likely to notice visits to tents, and also, B, even if people do notice, hey, you're out on campaign, you might all die tomorrow, nobody really judges as long as you're discreet. But unfortunately, now you're here in Wyvern's Rest with dozens of guests crowding the place, and yeah, it's not a great look. So Lord Beric Dondarrion, to use the World of Darkness term, spent a willpower point in order to resist the womanly wiles of the Lady Reyna.
It worked once.
Yeah, so far he's 1 for 1. But yeah, so he is.
You're just gonna have to like find someone even more dashing and attractive and be seen with them and
See what happens?
yeah.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah, you know what? Don't take advice from me because Adam's love life is a fucking shambles. So.
Daily Swan's around.
Hey, thanks for the subscription, Q.
Hey.
All right, Erica, let's see if your sound is working.
Yeah, it should be working now. I can see it in the mixer. So I
Excellent.
am Erica, and I play Balin Nymerian, and I am the last one to get to talk about myself, so I am the best, clearly. I am a twin to my older sister, Reyna, and she is a few seconds older, but apparently that's all that matters in this world. So I get to do all the fun things instead of having to worry about running a house. So I get to do things like joust and lead armies to victory, small, cool things like that. And today I get to do some jousting, and I'll be representing House Nymerian as our prime champion for the field today. And we'll get into what that means in a little bit. But for now, just know that I'm excited about jousting, and I was starting to describe my armor. I don't know if we want to do that now or wait till we actually start jousting and I can do it then.
We'll wait, since the joust will start pretty soon. We're going to do a kind of brief descriptions of each of the 5 champions as they're kind of introduced. We'll just remind everybody of who they are and what they are doing here, and why they're a champion, and just kind of how the format is set up. Which I do believe we can actually go ahead and do at this point, because we know that the joust is the biggest catch at a tourney. The joust is nominally, the main event. It's why everybody's here. And this joust in particular has a pretty tantalizing prize attached, in that up for grabs is the hand of the Lady Iris Dannett, who is the lady of House Dannett. So they're a banner house to House Nymerian that was recently returned to the fold after Felicia half murdered her big brother.
I did not.
No, it's written
Half.
down. Maesters
Exactly
wrote
half.
it. You half murdered Iris Dannett's brother. Like, yeah, it's official.
If it's in a duel, it's not murder.
All right. I mean, it sounds like you're splitting hairs even more than the half killed him, half didn't part. So sure,
Yes,
you want
that's
to split that hair,
Yeah, that's the language of the innocent.
right? There was a
Well,
challenge issued in King's Landing that led to Felicia answering on behalf of the house. The young man was not well. It turns out discovered he was poisoned, and it was all
Half
part of
poisoned.
a setup. Yeah, half poisoned, half killed.
not by me. Not by me.
Yeah, sure. That's what a poisoner would say. And things spiraled, and as a result, though, House Nymerian reacquired House Dannett as a banner house, but young Lady Iris Dannett is the only Dannett left, and they've been given the responsibility of seeing to a marriage match for her, and because women's lib is kind of a thing in Dorne, and because all of us in real life are uncomfortable with just straight up giving a teenage girl away to the best fighter, what we settled on as a compromise, and what Iris Dannett was pretty okay with, is that from the 5 champions at the end of the tourney, she will get to choose a betrothed. So she's going to have some say in it, which can lead to some maneuvering as PCs talk to her and put in suggestions for who she should or shouldn't, look to on the last day. But it also gives her a bit of an option, and it looks less bad for a married knight to take part, even though many of them could still win her marriage rights and then get wed to their little brother or a banner knight or something like that. It still kind of looks bad. Like if Robert Baratheon was in this tourney, people would assume that he was here for Iris, right? Like he wasn't. It looks not great. But the fact that there'll be 5 champions up there and she gets to choose from among them makes it less awkward for married knights to compete. So that is what is at stake. And then there's the format of the tourney itself. Does anybody else want to describe that, or you guys want me to?
Yeah, I'll describe it since I wrote the rules for it. If you were with us when we did our tournament in King's Landing, that is a pretty typical single elimination format for a tournament. If you've watched the elimination stage of the World Cup or watched March Madness basketball in the United States, you're familiar with 2 groups go head to head, and whoever wins moves on. And that's how that was taken care of. But we're doing it slightly different format for this one. We're going to nominate 5 champions, and throughout this week, people can challenge those champions. So let me explain that a little bit more in depth. So under House Nymerian's banner, there is House Nymerian, but we also have 4 banner houses, and so each banner house is going to also nominally be represented by a champion. So we have Nymerian, we have Sandstorm, House Bridington, House Danet, and House Drinkwater, who you might remember from previous episodes, Sir Garrus. Yeah, we managed to finagle getting House Drinkwater to join us and become a banner house. So the 4 banner houses, along with House Nymerian, each are going to have a representative champion at the beginning of this tournament. Contestants who would like to joust in the tournament can challenge a champion for a joust. And the winner of that joust will either become the new champion or remain the current champion for that house. And then, and so to represent this, we're in a very prominent place on our castle walls. We have a big banner to represent each house. So there's the Nymerian house banner, then a Drinkwater, and a Danet, and a Bridington, and a Sandstorm banner, all there. And under each of those, there is a shield for the current champion so we can identify who the current champion of each of the houses is. Each day, the house banner can accept 4 challenges on that champion. So whether or not that champion stays or gets defeated, but that house banner can accept 4 challenges a day for it. So that means the 5 banners, 4 challenges a day. That could be 20 total jousts each day. Let's see. So
this is.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, this is a mild variation of an existing format of the champions out front and then accepting challengers. It's not some wackadoodle thing that we made up as a crazy Dornish tourney or whatever. It is established in canon. We're just filling in the gaps and adding our own little twist a little bit.
Yeah. And this will be a little bit more traditional jousting rules instead of allowing fights to continue on the ground like King Robert did in King's Landing, which I enjoyed the heck out of. But we decided to be a little bit more safe because the opportunity for the same champion to be jousting 4 times a day might get pretty dangerous if they're having to defend on the ground that often. So instead of that, we're just going to do, if you get knocked off your horse, you lose. If both riders get knocked off their horses, then they get right back up again and they continue until one of them gets knocked off only.
Yeah. And if any passes go to extraordinary lengths on ties, it'll basically go to the House Nymerian hosts as judges for who fought better, who looked better in the saddle, that sort of thing. So yeah, we've got a more traditional joust-centric format going for the tourney, for the joust itself, as opposed to King Robert Baratheon, who liked to encourage the melee fighting anytime somebody got knocked down.
Yep. So so the initial lineup, the beginning champions for the houses, I will be the House Nymerian champion. Lucaris will be representing House Sandstorm. Sir Adam Bridington will be representing his own house of House Bridington. Captain Tommen will be representing House Dannet, and Captain Tommen is a member of House Dannet, so that's fitting for them. And Sir Garrus Drinkwater will represent his own house of House Drinkwater.
Yeah, and Sir Garrus is the heir to Drinkwater. He's got the sandy blonde hair that actually almost matches the look of House Drinkwater's banner or sigil. There's a well that you look at from straight down, so it's basically a blue dot with like a gray circle around it on basically a sand-colored field. So each champion is going to go into their jousts with like the favor of that house as a token. Often knights will ride with a lady's favor and that sort of thing. And this is kind of like that. So it's a little miniature version of a house banner that that each champion gets to wear on their arm. And the champions get to wear that the whole tourney. So whoever's champion at the end of the joust today, they still get to like swagger around Wyvern's Rest with the favor on their arm. So everybody can see who the 5 champions are all day long. You know, you kind of get to look a little cool at dinner that night or whatever. So there's their banner. Captain Tommen is lowborn, and he's just kind of the head of the garrison at House Dannet. They are pretty thin on the ground for knights. So he's not a knight yet. Maybe if he does well, somebody will knight him this week. Theirs is a gray field with a pomegranate pierced by a red arrow. Eat bitter, grow strong are the words of House Dannet, and they got that pomegranate motif, but they've been pretty light on the pomegranates lately because Grandpa Maekar stole their water 20 years ago. So they've
Not
had
that he's spiteful or anything, but
yeah. Adam Bridington is tall and long and lean and a little bit long in the tooth. He is 50-ish and not terribly dissimilar to, say, Liam Neeson in build and general look. And the sigil of House Bridington is a green field with 2 wooden towers on it. Felicia, what's you doing?
I cleaned off my camera lens.
I thought you were trying to poke me in the eye.
I thought she was trying to boot my snoot.
Right? I was
Oh,
like, there's
sorry.
not even a doggo on the screen.
Yeah, why don't we have body cam on?
Because we don't have the extra window on this. But yeah, it's 2 wooden towers on a green field. There's 2 towers for House Bridington. Instead of having a proper keep, they have Bridal Tower at one end of their valley and Horseshoe Tower at the other end. Then there's House Sandstorm, which is your Aunt Elia Sandstorm, who married into the family. It's just 2 black arrows crossed on a blood red field. And then, of course, the sigil and of House Nymerian, you guys can see all over the place on this page. So everybody just has kind of a ribbon with that design on it that they, lash over their, bicep of their sword arm type of thing. So the champions are looking pretty cool, and they've each got, little chairs to hang out, and squires and pages are bringing them drinks after they get introduced. You just kind of get to lounge there in the shade and wait for somebody to come up and tap your shield with a lance. And if nobody does that, you kind of get paid for nothing. You just got to sit tight. And traditionally, here in this format of tourney, highborn get to go first. Like the most prestigious and high status people get dibs, so much so that the first day or two will sometimes be nothing but lords, and then lords and heirs, and then the next day you start to get your average knights and that sort of thing. So today there's excitement and there's fanfare and there's the announcement and the proclamation, the introduction of all the champions, and then everybody just kind of goes back to mingling for a little bit. It's still early in the day, so people are still, a couple of them are munching on biscuits and rolls. Bessa of Flea Bottom, now of Wyvern's Rest, has is hawking her wares, but there's no like big mad rush to commence the challenges because today's just lords, and most of the lords want to look less eager than that. So it's going to be at least a little bit of just mingling and role playing. So let's go to Erica.
Yeah.
What's up?
So to answer a question that Quitar had in the chat, he noted that both me and Captain Tommen are not knights, and whether or not that was a qualification for the tournament. And in fact, I specifically wrote down that you do not need to be a knight or an heir or a lord or a lady to enter the joust. It's really just if you have the equipment, a horse, armor, and a weapon, you can compete. Of course, if people who are lowborn probably have much less likely chance of having all of those items and the training really to win. But being that this is Dorne, things are done a little bit differently. So I just decided that, hey, if you've got the cojones and the ovaries or anything, and the guts, the sheer determination, you can get up here and you can ride with the knights. You might get your butt handed to you, but you can do it. So that's the thinking that I made.
And don't forget that Sir Barristan Selmy, Lord Commander of the Kingsguard, he earned the nickname the Bold by going to a tourney when he was like 10 years old and insisting he was a mystery knight. There's there's a little bit of precedent for that. And there is no Squires joust this week because Squires are also allowed in this. So, for instance, if Oris hadn't gotten knighted, he might be feeling froggy this week. Those senior Squires that are feeling their oats can just wade in and challenge a champion. So
Oris is still going to be beating up young boys, just in a different capacity.
Well, I mean, it is all for Adam's birthday.
In your name, Adam.
I am okay with this.
So yeah, it just depends though, who is going to go tap the shield of Oris the Aurochs. Probably not one of the Squires. So that's part of it also, is the tactics or the strategy involved is when do you want to challenge somebody, and do you really want to do it early on? And it's tends to be later in it that you see a real flurry of activity when champions tend to be a little more tired or a little more battered, and when you don't have to defend the seat for as long. So the ones that are here to literally try and win will often play their hand later in the tourney and that sort of thing. But a lot of knights are just here because tournaments themselves are fun. They'll do a token couple of jousts, buy a drink for whoever beats them, and like they've done their knightly duty to still look martial in times of peace, yada yada. So I put maybe more thought than I should have into what day some of these knights are planning to challenge people. But there's a lot that goes into the thinking. So initially, people are largely just going to hang out and keep socializing. So everyone has a minute. For those of you that are not champions, where are you hanging out and what are you doing? Let's go with the birthday boy. the name day Nymerian, young Adam the Archer. Um, where's he
Yeah.
at? Are you hanging out over with the champions so you can talk to your brother and your sister, or are you, sitting with Grandpa Maekar? What you doing?
Yeah, probably hanging out with the champions, shooting the shit and all that.
What's your
Probably
outfit?
just kind of surveying his new domain.
Since I didn't ask earlier, what's your official outfit for Adam for day one morning?
I can't believe you
I'm
haven't
glad you
asked
asked me
yet.
that. Yeah, I totally didn't write an outfit for every single day. This time, Adam has gone for like a Westerosi style doublet and breeches kind of ensemble, but it's made of linen to make it cooler rather than like the traditional kind of wool and velvet that he would have worn when he was at White Harbour. And it's like the Nymerian dark red with the gold and silver embroidery, but it's in a sort of subtle flowing pattern of like vines and grape leaves. But he's got the Nymerian wyvern like stitched over the heart in gold and silver. The breeches are the same deep red, but they've got like two thin strips of silver and gold fabric down the outside of each leg, just like an accent. Very dark brown red, like leather, like belt and boots, with brass fastenings. And he's got like a gold chain around his neck with a big golden wyvern pendant with garnet eyes, and a matching ring, like on his left middle finger. But the wyvern's wings are outstretched, so they like go right across, like the entire hand. So it's kind of like a sort of wyvern knuckle duster. So yeah.
Just in case somebody starts some shit and disrupts the tourney.
Yeah, it's kind of a power move, I guess. But yeah, he saved the looking very Nymerian for like the official first day of the tourney.
Because he didn't look very Nymerian at the feast last night, or welcoming people in, or you always look pretty Nymerian, Ash.
Well, I mean more like he wasn't wearing the house colours the previous day.
All right. So Adam is lounging over there with Luke and Bela. What about Lady Reyna? What is she up to as the tourney commences?
What do we? I mean, I'm not sure if we ever decided like how we were gonna set up like a pavilion, or not a pavilion, but like a tent with a little raised up for a better view.
The box.
Yeah.
The viewing box. Yeah, you guys can have that and some stands if you want.
It's like a veranda more than a box. And there are chairs for lounging and tables with drinks and snacks, and people are welcome to come and go because everyone here is highborn, or if they're not highborn, then we invited them, and
no rabble.
Yeah. So, but that is where I am setting up to receive people and to watch the activity and potentially wager, which is what I say.
All right.
I mean, there will be wagering. Just letting.
Yeah, you guys don't have Magister Illyrio Mopatis visiting from Essos with chests upon chests of trade gold bars.
Right.
But it is still a highborn crowd. For a lot of wagers, we might not even keep track of the money necessarily. Like if you start to get into,
I was going to ask about that.
If you start to get into like extravagant bets, then sure. But it's also just fair to assume that there's some small and reasonable and sane wagers going on here and there, just beyond, conversationally, in a way that doesn't necessarily always need to be kept track of. Not Tyrion Lannister wagering a Valyrian steel dagger on one joust type of thing. That's not going to be happening. But
Look
yeah,
at that shit. Look at chat.
oh, what I missed.
Vanna got a destiny point.
Ah,
Gave
the
it to
mystery
Mystery
knight.
Knight.
That is a
Okay.
great use of a destiny point.
Oh my goodness.
If you can't give it to one of us, I'd like to see the mystery keep its mystery and unfold at a very dramatic moment.
All right.
I mean,
and
that's,
that one.
that's not going to stop me trying to find out, but in character. But yeah, I think
that
it to be dramatic. But yeah, since like Adam only has 9 gold to his entire name, he will definitely be betting to try and increase that.
Yeah, and the Mystery Knight Destiny points are adding up. Our Mystery Knight has been rather popular with viewers. The Mystery Knight, to recap, is in well-crafted but fairly simple plate mail that is just the color of steel. And kind of alternating plates of it have been like polished, but some of them are dark. So it's just a very metallic look on this Mystery Knight, and they have a closed visor. It's one that is on a hinge, but they're keeping it shut. So, yeah, whoever they are dedicated to the bit because they're wearing this full plate in the Dornish heat. But yeah, they're just a burly knight, not exceptionally sized, like an Oris or Gregor Clegane or King Bobbert Baratheon, who's here in secret. Like, it's not an exceptionally huge, but it is a good burly sized knight type of affair, kind of that, larger than average, say hound-ish, right? Not one of the fucking absolute units that is renowned for size, but a biggin. And they're just been chilling and largely not talking to people, mingling at turns with the Stormland and the Reach contingent that they arrived with in the kind of retinue of Lord Renly.
So they've got no sigil or like not even a made up sigil or anything.
Nope, they're just going Mystery Knight, just straight up. And you can see like the shield that they have. It looks like maybe it was like a blue field once upon a time, but they've just been grinding sand into the front of it, like kind of every time you see them. So there's scrubbing the paint off the front of the shield and stuff like that. So yeah, there's no real giveaways, and you've got all of the Reach and the Stormlands as possibilities if they're even from that, the area through which Lord Renly and the Reach contingent rode. So there's a lot of knights in the Reach and the Stormlands.
What if it's the Vulture King?
I mean, John Sand may have slipped free of the wandering crows.
Oh, he gave his word.
There we go.
Yeah, like the burly thing has definitely.
So that would be risking a very quick death if he were to show up here.
But also, like, I don't think John Sand was. I don't think he was particularly burly though.
Maybe he's here on behalf of the Night's Watch as like a sponsored Mystery Knight to get recruitment going.
Which you could have done 500 years ago and actually made a character that did that. He was the Crow Knight, because it used to be honorable to go to the Night's Watch and stuff. It was seen by not just Northmen and the occasional other like first man blooded house. It was a noble and proud endeavor, almost a Kingsguard type of prestige. So yeah, you could have a some dashing second son that goes to the Night's Watch and then just recruits here in the South all the time, forever.
Wouldn't be a
but
bad gig.
it's not, yeah, right? Like, you could do a lot worse. I mean, just picture, 500 years ago, Loras Tyrell could take that gig, right? As like a third-born son,
Right.
like, what else are you gonna do? So, sure, but he would still be a heck of a recruiting tool, right? If somebody of his caliber was jousting and then recruiting people for the Night's Watch, like, it's not a bad life. Um, but yeah, Mystery Knight has so far remained mysterious, but that has not kept them from soaking up a handful of Destiny points.
Mystery.
So then in the little pavilion, the watching pavilion where Reyna is hanging out, you are currently joined by Lord Maekar Nymerian, the Blood Royal and Warden of the Stoneway. You've met him before. And also Lord Stannis Baratheon, look out, fucking life of the party. Just chilling and having a good time. He's just relaxing and occasionally conspiring with Grandfather, you don't doubt. He's seated right next to him, and they're occasionally, both leaning on armrests and talking and glancing around the crowd. And you are also joined by Septon Jim, who works with Sir Adam Bridington. He is his kind of right-hand man. Septon Jim was a man-at-arms that retired and joined the Faith of the Seven. He is also getting a little bit long in the tooth. He's maybe about 5 years younger than Lord Adam, or than Sir Adam. So he's, mid-late 40s-ish. I picture him as kind of a James Purefoy look. So, like, still not, like, small or weak or bookish, and clearly was physically active when he was younger and that sort of thing. And Septon Jim's hanging out up here in the shade, enjoying some wine as he is wont to do. And he's looking perhaps a little wistfully over at the jousters. And he's thinking, like, he's probably considering it. As you guys have announced who is allowed to do, he's like, he's got a horse, he's got armor, he rides on patrols with Sir Adam, but it looks like he's not in a big rush to leave the shade of the viewing pavilion and go poke anybody's shield with a stick. But you can tell he's got that look in his eye of, I could still do this, I might still do this. Other than that, you guys have basically all of the tourney spread out before you, and you can see that most of the lords are wearing armor to showcase their interest in tilting this early in the tourney. Lords know that they can, and they all kind of want to look ready and show off by wearing their armor today, like, hey, we're allowed to joust on day one. There's no reason for you to even get dressed up yet, right? So it's just part of the status and the power play. So you see armored up about 10 lords? Yeah, 9 or 10 lords.
In direct opposition to that, Reyna is in like upscale Dornish loungewear, which is like, the harem pants and a loose blouse with strappy straps and like,
Less is more, Dorn.
I initially heard the word lingerie instead of loungewear, and like it still fit in that sentence just fine. Because you're like, it's hot today. No top, methinks. Like, it's Dorn. Like, you're not quite that fancy free.
Never, Rusty, you hear what you want to hear.
That's fair.
Yeah. But I mean, it worked. Yeah, you see, notably in the small, standing out a bit as armored in the crowd, is Lord Renly Baratheon of Storm's End, who also looms, 4 or 5, 6 inches taller than most of the people around him, because he just looks like younger Robert, or prettier Oris, less buff
How
than Oris.
dare you?
But
How very dare!
How very dare you?
he's clean-shaven Henry Cavill instead of burly bearded Henry Cavill,
Okay.
right? Like one of those
Okay,
is still a little prettier than the other.
I'll allow it.
Ash is like, okay, but only because it means 2 Henry Cavills in my field of view. So yeah, Lord Renly is there in his, almost gilded-looking armor. It's in that Stormland style, but about half of the panels of it are very, very ornate and gilded, and a reminder that he's in the royal family. Yes, Sir Loras is here. He's still just mingling in the crowd, not armored up, because he's the third son, and that sort of thing. But you've got Lord Beric Dondarrion, who still has on a starry black cloak with a purple lightning bolt on it, but he is armored up. His red gold hair gleaming like his breastplate, and laughing and joking with a few of the other Stormlanders. Lord Bryce Caron, a neighbor of his, is standing out in his black armor with gold highlights. His house has black songbirds on gold, and he's playing that up on the armor. His long, flowing black hair that reaches to the small of his back, and seems to always be in the wind, almost Pocahontas style. It just makes Lord Bryce look like he's always posing instead of standing, and looking pretty fancy. Got a handful of pretty fancy knights. Nobody seems to be in a big hurry to poke any of the shields, and then because you're either specifically in a viewing pavilion, or the other 3 of you are over there as or next to champions, you lot see a bit of a kerfluffle making its way through the crowd of lords and knights and ladies. There's murmuring and whispering and a bit of a parting of the crowd, and you can't see who it is or why, and you hear a couple giggles and snorts as somebody is knifing through this crowd straight towards the champions spots where the shields are hanging, and then you can see who it is as they reach the front and wedge their way between a couple of the armored lords. It is Elia Sand, wearing her studded leather breastplate with her shield in her hand, walking steadfastly towards the champion shields. You see Beric Dondarrion giving Reyna a look like, should I, what do I, as she shoulders past him. And you could tell she was tossing elbows and shit. If they weren't getting out of her way, she was making them. And these knights and lords are like, should we stop her? What do we do? So 3 of you are over there specifically at the shields, and it looks like if you wanted, you could interrupt her and remind her of the etiquette of the day, if you want, and if she will listen.
Luke will
A
raise an
little
eyebrow and go
decorum,
back
cousin?
to sipping his wine.
So
Yeah,
Luke
I
isn't
don't
going to.
sorry.
No, go ahead. Yeah.
Adam is sipping a wine as well, but we'll kind of languidly say a little decorum, cousin. You know you can't marry Lady Danny, right?
She will stop
I'm
just in
sorry
front of you,
I'm sorry to disappoint you.
and she will plant her feet in the ground and the butt end of her spear, and she'll say, Lords are allowed to tilt on the first day, and I am a lady. I am Lady Lance. Every one of these shields is my domain. And hands on hips, and like she fucking means it.
Well, I suppose it is very easy to have a title you give yourself.
I see no reason she can't tilt.
Oh my god.
I'm Highborn.
hell yeah.
I have a horse, the finest horse here, she says over her shoulder towards all the gathered knights and stuff. And as you can see, I have plenty of spear. But don't worry, and it's over her shoulder again, so making sure everyone behind her hears, not just the champions up front. I'll use one of your little tourney lances so no one gets hurt. And then she looks at Adam and is just like, unless the name day boy is telling me that I can't tilt.
No, go right ahead. I look forward to seeing how you get on.
Before the sentence is done, like at the no, she's lifted her her spear out of the ground where she stuck the butt end in. And then as he's talking, she's like rearing back and waiting. And as soon as the sentence is over, she thunks her spear, the butt end, so she's not damaging the shield, against the shield of Captain Tommen, representing House Danit. So she's showing a little bit of etiquette as a bastard girl of like 14 and a half, that she isn't challenging a knight. She doesn't want to embarrass Luke or Bela, so she avoids their shields.
Definitely wants to embarrass Adam.
She might have a little bit of a crush on Garrus Drinkwater. It's pretty easy to have a crush on. And there's no way to flirt with Adam Bridington. He's way too old. So instead, she thunks the butt end of her spear solidly up against the pomegranate of House Danit, and she glares, hands on, one hand on her hip, and then the other one, like with her shield propped up across her shoulders in a pose that Bela often takes. Like you can tell she might have practiced that a little. And she stands there and looks down somehow on Captain Tommen, who's a full-grown man of mid-20s. And she manages to look down on him and say, well then, now's your chance. If you're going to get me to lay on my back, this is how you'll have to do it. And he's left like, what the fuck just happened? Like, I have not said anything.
I glare at him.
I think she just hit on you, dude.
It's like, nobody tell her father that I did anything to deserve that. Like, you see him go pale, and you know it's not at the joust. It's at this,
What?
like, don't tell the Red Viper of Dorne. I have done nothing to lead her on, right? Like, that's
Dear
the
Uncle
panic.
Oberyn,
Yeah.
I have witnessed a shocking event.
That was the panic on his face. He looked fine at the shield getting hit, but the saucy way she did it, and there is no mistaking it, she is sauntering away back through the crowd, and the crowd parts without any urging from her. They're like, what the fuck just happened?
Luke will
they
raise
all
his
like
light
back up.
before she leaves and just say, good luck, cousin.
Well,
save it for your bannerman. And she
Oh,
saunters
shit.
off.
well, if she does as much damage with a lance as she does with her elbows, she'll do fine.
I hold up a gold coin and I look around. I have 1 gold on the sand snake. I
not
spit it on the
sure.
table.
If she finds out, I bet against her.
Look,
I'm like,
yeah.
I definitely don't want to bet against her, but I also don't want to, like, lose. So,
Lord
No, going
Renly Baratheon waves cheerfully at you, Reyna. He says, seems like it's bad taste for you to bet against your bannerman, but I don't blame you with a hellcat like that. So, I will wager on your sworn soldier so that your house is not offended.
Always the gentleman.
And then Captain Tommen, the blonde-haired, and currently, like, he's normally a little bit red-cheeked in that Andal way, of just, he's still pretty purely Andal-blooded and in the Dornish sun all the time, right? So he's normally a little ruddy-featured, but, like, he is pale right now. Like, what the fuck? Like, I did nothing to flirt with her, and now I'm jousting, which is a big deal, but how am I gonna impress anybody by beating up a little girl? Like shit, this is not how I thought my day was gonna go. He looks thoroughly dismayed.
This is why.
Because,
This is why she's awful.
I'll go
but-
talk to him before
That was
he
deliberate.
leaves the Champions Pavilion area.
Yeah, and he downs his wine and is getting ready to walk away, like he's headed towards the executioner's axe that you guys have down in the dungeons. Like there's no way I win this. So he's like getting ready to basically slink to his horse, and as you approach Baylor, he looks at you like maybe you can save him. Like, oh, he fell off the boat and you're right there with a rope. Maybe she has some secret. Maybe there's something she can do. It's Lady Baylor. She led the army at Anders Folly and brought an end to House Ironwood. She'll know. She'll know. So he gives you this like pathetically hopeful look.
Say, Captain Tommen, just remember your training. Just treat her like anyone else. She's as feisty on a horseback as she is with her words. Just do your best, hit your mark, and hold on tight. It'll be a tough fight. Don't underestimate
Show no mercy,
her.
Tommen.
Kill her.
Look,
Oh,
don't take it easy on her. Like just hit your mark. She'll either stay in the saddle or not. And you know how we do. You know how Dorn is. Everyone's capable. So just give her that same treatment, and she'll either rise to the challenge or not, or you'll continue to be the champion and just fight like you would any other knight.
she broke her right arm. It's weaker.
I am not going to tell him to aim for an arm.
He's like, she's skinnier than
I know.
than when I ride Quintain. My lady, I fear I will dishonor House Danit either way, but it will not be for incompetence, I hope, or for lack of trying.
The only dishonor will be if you don't do your best. Just ride, hit your marks, and it'll be in the hands of the seven.
Yeah, and you can tell he's just got this hangdog look, and he's got size and, puts on his helmet.
Hey.
Most of y'all are, like gauntlets and helmets are off while you're lounging, but none of you are unarmored completely, at least not at the first day when you're being introduced. So it doesn't take him much to get into, and he's in like, brigandine or half plate, kind of a light plate mail, not full and proper, and you think that this might have been Adam Danit's armor, like another suit of Adam's, before he went off to King's Landing with a fancier, more expensive suit to try to look like a lord. Like there's probably not a lot of plate mail just lying around in Danit lands. So he resigns himself to his fate and makes his way over to his horse.
One last thing, Captain. You get the honor of being the first joust at our tournament. All eyes will be on you, and you know that you'll be able to impress people by beating
a little girl.
No, by riding true and hitting your marks. People who know jousting will see you hit those marks, and those will be the people you're wanting to impress.
He sighs and nods. During that brief conversation, Elia Sand came trotting towards her end of the tilting yard on her fine black filly, which is as spirited as she is. And remember, the last time you lot saw it was on the battlefield, and the last time before that was aiding in the death of Lord Ironwood's heir in a dramatic chase scene. So you know she knows her way on horseback, and if anything, she looks more confident and competent in the saddle now than she did even that 6 or 8 weeks ago. Her armor is still deucedly light. She's just wearing kind of a metal-studded, leather armor type of thing. You would guess it to be armor rating 4-ish, maybe 3 or 4. Like, it's not at all what's supposed to be tourney armor, but looks like nobody's saying anything to stop her. And leading her horse, acting as something of a squire, is Obara Sand, her big sister, who's about twice her age and about twice her mass.
So Obara is helping her go joust somebody without a breastplate.
Yeah, I mean, this is as heavy
whatever.
an armor.
You know what she's like.
Sand snakes are gonna sand snake.
This is the armor that they wore to battle. It's I mean, maybe it's new, but like this isn't, this is not unusual garb for them. They clearly feel comfortable dressed this way. But also, while the riders were getting into position, you could hear murmuring throughout the crowd, and then joining you lot in the visitors' pavilion, moving at a bit of a rush, guided up by Tana, your handmaiden, is the Lady Iris Dannett, who has kind of been summoned since her house is to fight. She's like, oh crap, I guess I should go watch that. So she comes kind of rushing up, and Septon Jim gives her his seat, and several of the knights and lords are like murmuring and pointing and looking and
Oh, there she
that
is.
sort of thing. Yeah. So, without further ado, let's get our first dice of this tilt in.
Yeah, so I wanted to add, Luke is sitting up now and paying attention and sipping his wine. Finally, something interesting is going on.
All right. On the first pass, we have a tie with the way I'm doing it for the first joust, which is actually pretty lucky because they were both also very high rolls. We're going to say that on the first pass of the first joust of the tourney, we have clean hits from both riders. They are minding their form. They are, couching their lances just right. It's clean hits, center shield for both riders. Both lances splinter dramatically. And Elia does move a little more in the saddle, but you can tell that it's her like twisting and rolling with the impact, not being knocked from it. A formerly trained knight in heavier armor kind of leans into the impact and braces against it and trusts in weight and momentum. She just kind of rolls with it to keep from getting knocked clean, but the first pass is a clean run from both sides, which the crowd quite enjoys. That's fairly auspicious as these things go. It's considered to be a sign of good luck for the tilts to come that no matter how odd it is that it's a bastard girl and a lowborn man-at-arms, the first joust at least has looked good so far. So both of them ride uh, across and through each other, and Elia ends up riding up to Bela, who was kind of the closest person uh, there from talking with Tommen, and she grins ferally down at you, which reminds you of a mirror 5 years ago. And she's like,
Yeah.
she's like, Lance, cousin, Lance.
Phew. Toss one up to her.
And she hurriedly turns her, wheels her black filly around, and waits. And meanwhile, Obara, everybody can see her mouth moving as she's handing Tommen a lance. She's smiling a bit though, and it's not her baring her teeth version of a smile that you've seen in fights before. So it looks like she thinks this whole thing is good fun, and she's just kind of japing with this master at arms as he hits her little sister with a stick. So it looks like either way, she's looking pretty happy. So let's do the second pass. Okay, I'm not going to use that Dan at Destiny point because he rolled a 6 again. So they both maxed it out. It's another clean pass with just proper in the saddle form, shattered lances, splinters flying everywhere. Nobody's missing a beat or a tick as they go crashing at one another.
Well struck. Excitement.
Impressive.
It's
Yeah,
already
and-
gone on one pass longer than I thought it was going to, so.
And you
Girl
see,
can ride.
Grandpa Maekar is watching with some interest. He's not scheming, and so is Stannis. This is martial stuff, and they're both military leaders. So they're watching more intently than they did most of dinner, right? Remember, during dinner, he was mostly talking and distracted. He also just doesn't eat much and hasn't for a year or two. But, this is martial stuff. Everyone's paying attention, Septon Jim is making fists and punching the air and definitely pretty excited to be watching this sort of thing. And you notice that the crowd isn't murmuring and giggling anymore at all of this. They're here for it, man. They see what's going on. They're both solid passes, and they're pretty content, it looks like. So the third go round.
Luke will stand up to watch this last pass.
And it
Yeah.
is the last pass. On this third one, Elia lands her lance a little high on Captain Tommen's shield, which throws him off balance enough that he hangs backwards in the saddle for about a galoomph, galoomph, galoomph before his feet fall from the stirrups and he tumbles off. And you can tell the crowd had they were holding their breath. And it looks like if his feet had stayed in the stirrups, he might have been able to pull himself up. But as it was, just before the horses hit the far ends of the field, he tumbles from the saddle. He did break his lance on that last pass, though, and Elia was rocked that time more than the others. So they were both pretty good hits, but Elia Sand has gotten the better of Captain Tommen, even with that Destiny Point reroll. He rolled a 2 and then rolled a 1 on the reroll.
Nice.
So
This is some
just
bullshit.
bad luck for Tommen all around.
I wanted to see her humiliated.
But a good omen for the start of a tourney. 3 passes, 6 shattered lances, a fine display of skill. You lot those of you that are particularly good at animal handling and fighting, you would guess him to be, animal handling 3, fighting 4. He wasn't clumsy with the lance the way somebody that lacks the prerequisite specialty would be. So the guy knows what he's doing. He's, competent in the saddle, but clearly the small target and the situation got to him. But he stands up and removes his helmet and is kind of ruefully shaking his head like, what was I going to do? I hit her clean a couple times, so he's not like throwing his helmet and having a fit or anything like that, just getting up to show everybody that he's fine. And they both get applause from the watchers. They presented themselves
Definitely.
pretty well.
I'll take that bet.
Yeah, I also applaud heavily at both of them.
And Elia high steps her horse like sideways the length of the field,
Oh my
facing
gosh.
the crowd. Just that sideways fancy high step.
She is so not humble.
And then she beams down at Captain Tommen, and for some of, aside from the splash fights, this is the first time she has really looked her age, looked like a 14-year-old girl, except she looks like a 14-year-old girl at a Backstreet Boys concert, right? It's that sort of just super excited young girl face, because she wanted to do the thing and she did the thing, and she clearly isn't mad at this dude, and she just grins down at him, and you can hear a well struck type of thing, and then she just holds her hand out for the favor, and then she rides galloping back the length of the jousting field after that, waving the ribbon of the favor.
And we never see her again.
And off she goes.
Some say
I
she's
tried.
still riding to this day.
So, the first tilt is over. She rides over and leaps from the horse into Obara's arms, who gives her a warm hug that you haven't often seen from the Sand Snakes. But Obara gives her a big warm hug and then helps tie the thing around her arm and stuff. And you guys had the chance to stop that. If you were worried about the etiquette, you could talk her down. But instead, I think that was a pretty fun way to start it. But it also isn't going to hurry up anybody to challenge her. Because now none of the knights are going to be like, yes, I'll take on the 14-year-old girl.
The little girl, I'll challenge that one.
Somebody will. Somebody's going to be too hungry to not do it.
So, then there's kind of a bit of downtime chatter, etc., as the shields are swapped out. She's got a shield with a homemade little sigil type of thing on it, and you're like, she's not a knight. She's not really supposed to have that, but it's just a quick, stylized horse head, the chest piece type of sideways look.
Yeah.
It's just that on, in blood red on a plain wooden field. And it's, it looks like she literally smeared it with her hand with some House Nymerian paint that she got into last night. Maybe that type of thing. It is not professional work, but I don't think anybody's gonna tell her not to have it. Stannis does grunt and shift uncomfortably in his chair at the breach of etiquette of this whole thing. But you lot
Big mood,
did-
Stannis, big mood.
you did say what the rules were.
I know. I just didn't want her to win because I want her happiness to go away.
And yeah, Stannis just looks discomfited by the whole thing.
Don't worry, Adam. You can still challenge her. She's
but
legit now.
the Master of Laws hasn't said anything, and Renly's right there. So
I'm petty, not suicidal.
You bet against her and lost.
Renly makes his way across the tourney field, over like to the viewing pavilion, to ruefully hand over the gold piece, with a grin and bowing over your hand, dashingly. As he hands it to you, he like takes your hand and flips it knuckles up and bends over. He goes, "Ah, as wise as you are, lovely. I can see it isn't just the Lady Bela that has an eye for martial affairs."
I mostly just try not to bet against sand snakes.
Yes, I suppose in general that's not a bad bit of life advice, but oh well, live and learn. And he's completely unbothered by a gold piece.
I didn't think it would be.
You didn't expect him to be, but yeah, he's cheerful and affable about the whole thing, good-natured and flirting a bit. And yeah, Elia. Oh, go ahead.
I said flirt back? It's the lady thing to do.
So, um, we are back to a little bit of milling around, and I had something I was gonna do, but then Ash had to leave, so we will do a little something else. I don't think any of the other letters really work right now. Dadgummit, I had some ready for Ash that are not as ready for everyone else, for this sort of scene. So yeah.
That's fine, we could just chat.
Yeah. It goes back to everyone's like, all right, well, that's out of the way. Now there's absolutely no hurry, right? Because like, it's the first tilt, like it's been done. No one's being rude. That's going to be a tough act to follow. Might even wait till lunch, right? Like
Yeah.
people are just like not really paying much attention. And Elia, of course, is pretty sure it's because they're all cowed. Nobody wants to fight her or her cousins or the dashing Sargeras, and that Bridington fellow's supposed to know what he's doing. So clearly, they're just intimidated. And she just flops down in like the camp chair, and grins and waits eagerly.
I'm going to extend her a fist to bump.
She will return it harder than is generally polite, but you think that's probably just that she's still hopped up on adrenaline, not like out of meanness. But yeah, like she's sitting there, and anytime a knight or lord like turns to look in this direction, she like gets her feet under her, like she's getting ready to jump out of her chair and like bolt into the saddle. Like she's gonna be pretty amped up for a pretty long time. But nobody shows any major interest in rushing over to continue the challenges.
Luke is super bored sitting over here with no one to challenge or.
Yeah, unfortunately, also the champions can't challenge one another to just work up like a full sleeve of favors or something.
I've got them all, like Thanos.
Yeah, you can't do that.
Or Pokemon.
So, the next person that actually comes wandering over, you lot notice a disappointed no from Elia, because it is clearly not an armored knight on his way over with a spear in his hand to make a challenge. And in fact, it's not a knight at all. And in fact, it's not a man. It is the Lady Alysain Royce, who makes her way over. And then you see about 10 steps behind her, Her brother doesn't follow, but he does kind of move to the front of where people are hanging out. So he's at like the edge of the clearing around the champions, for lack of a better term. He's watching over his sister, but not coming up with her, basically. And the Lady Alisane comes walking up to where Lucaris is saying, "Yep, what's up, Ash?"
There isn't an Alisane Royce on the guest list, so who the hell's this?
Or
Which Royce?
Miranda?
Do you mean Miranda?
yeah, Miranda. I'm sorry, I just read the
Oh,
wrong.
whoa, whoa.
Oh. That changed
I
things.
apologize.
That's different.
I just glanced at the wrong thing on my screen.
That's fine.
But she comes walking her curvy self up right to where Luke is sitting, and then curtsies just past him to where Adam is standing behind him. And she says, "Lord Adam, happy name day." And she gives him a gorgeous smile. And she held the curtsy a moment too long, which could have been for
It's lovely
Luke's
to see you, Lady Miranda.
And she says, and 7 blessings upon you and your tourney, and thank you for the lovely feast last night. I didn't want to
you enjoyed
interrupt. Oh, of course. I'm certain we all did. Though, I'll be honest, some of that food is far hotter than anything we had in the Vale. I thought my brother's whiskers might burn off his face, she says with a coquettish glance over her shoulder. Her brother, remember, has like the Wolverine chops going on.
Well, who doesn't like to occasionally make their siblings squirm?
It's true.
Indeed, she says with an absolutely sunny smile and pointedly not looking at Lucaris. I didn't want to interrupt the meal and keep you from playing host, but as it would appear, no one is in a hurry to challenge the fearsome Lady Lance, or of course,
Massive eye roll.
or of course, Lady Bela, or Sir Adam Bridington,
Quite.
or Sir Garrus. Hello, Luke. I thought I'd bring you this.
Hello,
This morning.
Miranda, right?
Oh, that's cold, man.
And Luke gives a big grin. He's just kidding.
Did you write it down somewhere to remember so long?
Ouch.
As we say in my country, tell.
You know what? You win this one, Miranda. I will go back to waiting to be challenged.
She gives a satisfied little smirk. A good morning for the ladies, then. And then gives Adam another little curtsy and offers over a letter.
Ooh.
This is for you.
Thank you.
On an affair that you were asking a few questions of. But just now there's a bit of wine and a spot of shade waiting for me, so I'll leave you to read it at your leisure.
That
Come,
sounds
sir.
like a plan.
And she walks away, which isn't the worst thing in the world, Luke. You get to watch her go, so it could be worse.
No complaint.
Hate to see
But
you
yes.
go, but I love to watch you leave.
Sachets.
We've been down in
Sachet.
front
Good
of,
word.
whatever. It's all the same. It's all good.
What's in the letter, Adam?
And as things have slowed down, just a quick note before that, Grandfather Maekar has headed inside after the first tilt. He made some polite excuse me's completely unnecessarily. He's the Lord of Wyverndress.
Where's Lady
made
Olenna?
made his way in. You haven't seen her this morning.
She like watching jousts.
She's still tied to his bed when he left her.
Oh no.
Oh, wow.
I mean, nothing.
That's her grandfather, man.
Hey, don't worry about my browser history.
Ah,
It's
Oh
fine.
no. Unsubscribe.
So, it looks
Yes,
like no
yes,
one's
that's
in a
him,
hurry
officer.
to tilt. looks like no one's in a hurry to tilt. Looks like there's no other pressing business. You've got a letter you could read, Adam.
Yeah, I'm going to read it, but like, be very like, don't you fucking look after him over my shoulder, look.
He gets a single curious eyebrow raised before I turn back around to sipping my wine, waiting to be challenged.
This is my private correspondence.
Like, what's she giving you a letter for?
Maybe she's just won over by my natural charm.
I don't know. I used a lot of that already. It doesn't seem to impress her.
If you say so, brother.
So, the letter, as you open it, is to the 6 and 10 Lord of House Nymerian, Adam the Archer. All very flourishy and fancy, and you can tell that she just kind of had some fun writing that bit.
Yay.
In the harbor of Gulltown rests a miserable stony island, and from that island rises the miserable mother house of Maris. This ever so dull bastion to the faith of the Seven is populated by nothing but septas and silent sisters as far as the eye could see. Lucaris may like it, but I would find it dreadfully boring. Though she took a vow of silence many years ago, one of the silent sisters was known to have answered to the name Elaine Royce when she could answer at all. Her being a Royce, as am I, is a dreadful coincidence to me. I have touched a dead man more than I already liked to once, and I do not wish to join her on this island or in her duties. Lord Gerald, for all that he rules Gulltown, has little direct sway at the mother house, as he is neither mother nor house himself. He knows only that she yet lives, and that it is upon that rock. There is no way to release her from her vows, even with his assistance. Letters may reach the brides of the stranger, even Elaine Royce, but it is entirely up to her if letters will return. I know precious little of mother houses, septas, and silent sisters, and I have every intention of keeping it that way. Yours, Miranda Royce, a sister, but neither silent nor planning to be anytime soon.
That's a good letter. Yeah, Adam's gonna like silently like roll it back up and like tuck that away in his doublet, and sort of try to reset and look like nothing, like everything's like it was. No, maintenance de routine. Padagram.
Love letters, I see.
Yes. It's some interesting information that I've been looking for the past couple of months. Not really fit for public discussion.
Most love letters aren't.
Not the good ones.
Well, yes, not the good ones anyway.
As a reminder for viewers in chat or for new viewers, Elaine Royce is the bastard Oris's natural mother. She was seduced by King Robert Baratheon at the tourney to celebrate his betrothal to Cersei Lannister. Before Cersei made her way over from the Westerlands, Bobby B knocked up a highborn lady, and then Woolly Will of the Bells took the blame for it and has a grudge from House Royce by claiming to all and sundry that he fathered that bastard so that Robert's indiscretion would be kept secret, so that House Lannister would not be offended at Robert sleeping around while announcing his betrothal, so that the realm wouldn't collapse back into war as the Lannisters decided to make a run for the throne. So Woolly Will of the Bells took on this kind of shameful mantle of fathering the bastard, and for her part, Elaine Royce was ordered to dispose of the child and refused. So her brother, the Lord of the Royces of Runestone, basically banished her to be a silent sister for the rest of her days, to remove the shame from the family.
And Miranda's from a cadet branch of the Royce family, right? Not the same immediate,
Yes.
not the immediate family.
Yeah, she's from a cadet branch. They probably still call each other cousin or, whatever. But yeah, she's not directly blood related to Bronzion Royce or to this Elaine. Or, to Oris then. That makes her in the clear there.
Yeah,
He
and
said to ruin Adam's name day.
Interesting.
So what
yeah.
to ruin it?
I said, so she's not directly blood related to the main house Royce. So, or to Oris, I guess. So she's in the clear there, he said, to ruin Adam's name.
I don't have strong feelings about that in particular. But yeah, because Adam cares a great deal for Oris and knows that what happened to his mother is a thing that is painful to him, Adam has spent the last couple of months discreetly making inquiries by letter about her whereabouts, and that appears to have come to fruition.
Yeah, so that was some of Adam's chief downtime activity, basically since the tourney. So they found a way to get a return letter from the Vale to you with that information, coming from a flirtatious single lady to the dashing young lord whose name day it is, probably makes passing a letter pretty invisible. So, that downtime activity has paid off. But here, in the forefront, in the tourney field, we've got another. Looks like the throne got seized. It didn't recycle.
Yep.
Almost. We're one bit away.
It hasn't quite been taken. All right. But here in the tourney field, it looks like everyone is content not to joust for a bit. And just as you lot are hanging out and chatting, and just kind of RPing a bit, and perhaps ribbing Adam for a letter from the Vale. Hey, isn't Lynn Corbray from the Vale? Maybe it's something to do with that.
Who is saying that for a start? Because shut up.
But then,
as soon as that name comes up, it goes nowhere good. It always ends up with me getting roasted.
That's true. It does.
That's exactly what happened.
It's like he's my weird stan, and I'm not going to apologize for it.
So shortly thereafter, Maester Elston, the ancient, I was going to say decrepit, that's a little meaner, but he is an elderly fellow. The ancient Maester of House Nymerian comes up to the kind of viewing pavilion and leans over to whisper to Lady Reyna, your grandfather has decided to take an early lunch and hopes that the tourney might be paused until after high sun. He also wishes you and your siblings to join him for lunch in the Solar. And then he
Shit,
looks,
we're in trouble.
What have we done?
and then he looks to you to announce things or whatever.
Right.
He doesn't feel like yelling.
Of course, Meister. Will you let Bessa know so that lunch could be a little ahead of schedule for the rest of the guests?
Of course. I'll send little Robert to inform her, and we'll see how much she makes him eat every time we pass him a note.
He'll be stuffed full as a tick.
You could be like, we noticed, Bessa, that he seemed awful famished of late. You should feed him extra.
Hey, he lost some weight, so just saying.
And watch chaos ensue.
As Maester Elston very politely and unnecessarily offers you a hand up out of your chair. Like, it is absolutely a token gesture. He does not help at all, and probably could not. Uh, he has a bit of a roguish twinkle in his eyes. He says, I already asked her to feed the lad well enough that he'll have good luck in the archery contest this afternoon. I hope she doesn't hurt him.
She won't. It's all right.
Imbalanced humors can ensue from eating too much, but he's a growing lad. I'm sure he'll be fine.
He's very small. He needs to eat more. But thank you, Mister. Raise my voice. Lords, ladies, guests of House Nymerian, I believe that we shall break for lunch and reconvene after the first round of the archery for more jousting.
All right, you get polite nods and assent, a scattering of applause for what was still an auspicious start to the joust, and everybody seems content to just kind of drift away.
I do this whole connection thing with Baylor, and like,
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, I like to think that you two have an entire language that is completely unspoken, and you two are the only ones privy to it. You've got like twin lingo.
Right.
language.
So I turn to people gathered in the Champions Pavilion and say, I could go for a Dornish taco. I say we all move, a Dornish purse, move into the heap for lunch.
Yeah, a Dornish purse is kind of enclosed, so it's more like a calzone or a pierogi.
Yeah.
And then I will go to the edge of the viewing pavilion and await the siblings to join me.
Yeah.
And then we will go inside.
Yeah, right, once Baylor starts moving, Adam will know to start moving.
Oh, seven hells, are we in trouble?
I know not.
I hope not.
When-
I mean, I don't think that I've.
When
done
are we
anything,
ever in
but-
trouble?
Well, Lady Lance, please just keep an eye on the Champions Pavilion. We have to go.
Conversations
already-
are happening over dinner.
She is leaning back in her chair and kicks her feet up on the small table that had some wine goblets on it, and she is looking like she's probably just going to take a nap, but while owning all 5 of the champion spots to herself. And you can see Adam Bradington is just kind of shaking his head and smiling as he walks off. Garrus Drinkwater leaves with Captain Tommen, tossing an arm over his shoulders, kind of, comforting him as they walk off. But yeah, at least until this afternoon, everyone's champion ribbons are secure, and the 4 siblings are to head to the Solar.
I lead them there.
Nothing like a catered lunch.
Oh, they put on lovely spreads.
To the best of my knowledge, none of us have had any serious missteps.
Certainly not
Correct.
one that I.
That's
think
why I'm
of.
not worried.
Luke?
I'm never worried.
And you arrive to find Grandfather Maekar in the Lady Olena's Solar.
Wait,
Because,
what?
because
Oh, yay.
Oh,
whatever
so
room
we
she's
are in
in
trouble.
becomes hers. But yes, he is still seated behind the desk, but she is sitting there kind of commanding the room. And you do see her huge men-at-arms left and right flanking the doorway. It gives you a heads up from a great distance away. That's the best thing about her, like 6'10", 6'11" twin bodyguards, is that at least you can see her coming, right? It's like the fin of a shark. they let you know, so you're able to be less surprised when you enter the Solar. And it's the 2 of them And you see Grandfather Maekar's usual method to his madness of the desk, in that there's still about 4 layers of things on it across most of it. But there's one small stack of letters that are kind of central and right in front of him. And he gives you all, warm smiles as you arrive. The lady Elena waves away any bows or curtsies. Just have a seat. And, type of thing, kind of permanent at ease type of attitude.
Right, but if we hadn't offered any of those obeisance, she would not have been happy.
Maybe. You don't know. And then Grandfather Maekar gives a pointed look to the door as the last of you enters.
I'll shut it.
He nods. As unexpected, perhaps, as the first tilt was, at least we have reminded our guests that they are in Dorne, and that they are the guests of House Nymerian, of Wyvern's Rest. Let them recall the blood in our veins, as well as the fire in our spirit, and also the fire and blood of our kin, no matter how slight of frame she may be. A fine start to your tourney, Adam.
Quite.
Well,
Adam's just
okay.
really. I'm not saying anything about that. I was on board right up until you praised her, but.
Come, sit. And there's already a table in the middle with some food and some drink on it. Now it's time for the real work of this tourney to commence, I think. Our guests fighting for the hand of Lady Iris aren't the only ones seeking betrothals this week. It's time we got down to the business of adding to our house. To that end, certain gestures have been made towards an assortment of houses, and we've received a few answers. He glances over to Olena, and she says, I still say that we should start with the least of them, but I suppose we can talk to them in whatever order they'd like. Which of you wants to go first?
Adam's going to try and make himself invisible.
I give a pause for Raina to go first, otherwise Bela will speak up.
As the eldest, I suppose I will go first, the lady.
All right. Shit. This is the wordiest letter, because it's maternal. She gives Grandfather Maekar a nod, and he grabs one of the letters from the pile, almost without, looking. Oh yes, okay, that one. It's the third one down, right? And as he hands it over to you, you see that it is on paper that the edges of the pages have been dyed a very deep and rich green. So all the margins are green, and then they've got ornate gold work around the margins. It's basically the fancy letterhead of House Tyrell. There's no mistaking the green, the gold, and the roses. And then the fine penmanship. And this is some of the best handwriting you've ever seen. It is maester quality in terms of clarity, but it is also very fine and graceful. 7 blessings upon the Lady Raina of House Nymerian of Wyvern's Rest, blood royal and daughter to the Warden of the Stoneway. Greetings and salutations. Though even as I pen the phrase, I am reminded that they are the same thing, and as such I do little but waste fine ink and your time though of the two, the latter is all the more precious. So for that,
Oh.
I apologize.
Oh, I've wasted some ink, so I'll waste more explaining it.
This is for honesty's sake.
Reachman.
Yes. This is, for honesty's sake, my third or perhaps fourth attempt at this letter, though, and I do not think I shall destroy this one and start again. And so I grit my teeth and carry on awkwardly. And then this next word's kind of italicized. Hello. I pray this letter finds you well, finds grandmother being kind, and, if it be already underway, finds your brother's tournament a fine affair. The ladies, my Aunt Jana foremost among them, have been dreadfully excited about the rumors that your races may be open to ladies, as it is in the Dornish custom to allow them more martial exercises, and as tales and songs of you and your sister's exploits have reached us even here in Highgarden. I pray that when she and my gaggle of cousins are a horse, they do all the Reach proud. I know that when a horse, my youngest brother always does, and I think it would do us all some good for the ladies of our house to take for themselves a slice of his glory. And then you start to notice some of these paragraphs are little tiny bit different shade of ink, like he's been adding to it over time. Not quite like a journal entry, they're not dated, but you can tell when one kind of stops. The next one begins. I do not know what to write in these things. Grandmother says I am to woo you, and Marjorie has echoed her sentiment 100-fold. She is the Lady Olena's granddaughter, of that there is no doubt. I have told them that I am new to wooing, and pray to them for patience. They have shown me none, and so I must write while they watch. I am sorry to hear of the Ironwood and Vulture King affairs, though I am heartened that you and your house Nymerian have emerged from both of them unscathed and indeed gaining. I am told that scribble, foolishness. What right I of war, who have seen no battlefield, and who near lost his leg the first time he rode even in a squire's joust. I may as soon try to speak with you of the moon, as though I have reached out and plucked it from the sky. I meant only to say that I have heard the news from Dorne with keen ear, and I'm glad you are unharmed, my lady. Let me leave it at that. Next chunk. Marjorie scolds me to write more, and threatens to read that which I have so far scribbled. If I showed her, I do not doubt she would task Garland with beating me senseless, and with the keenest kitchen knife she could find, commence to flaying me, as do the Northmen, their most grievous foes. This letter would shame her as no other blunder in the history of House Tyrell, I do not doubt. I begin anew in earnest. This next bit, picture it all in like cursive, right? It's a very fancy use. I am sorry that my duties keep me to Highgarden, as yours keep you to Wyvern's Rest. It is my wish that you might one day travel and see the beauty of the Reach, but even more so, that I might take to the roads and see the many beauties of Dorne. Foremost among them, I do not doubt, you. Everywhere I look, there are gilded roses, but I know the shine of their gold pales in comparison to the famed silver twin of the Blood Royal. The last bit's all capitalized. There, I have shared that passage and that passage alone with all three of my siblings. It passes muster. I must write.
Knows how to pay the proper respects.
Then the last bit. I find myself drained of chivalry and stocked only with base cunning, my knowledge of horse and hawk, and a desire to impress. And so, my Aunt Jana's red tail is a fine specimen that dives like lightning, but is best at hare and rabbit, and is easily bested against birds. Young Meredith of Red Lake has a grand dusky hawk that will fare well in the Dornish heat, I think, and will be fine for quail and wren as well as rabbits and the like. My cousin Desmera is newer to the sport, and, if I may, a better dancer than hawker. Her goshawk is strong and swift, but quarrelsome. It bickers with Mary's bird at every chance, and an opportunistic hunter might find herself at advantage while they squabbled. A saddle, Aunt Jana is the most seasoned rider, Mary the boldest, Desmera the most graceful. All three, and for this I personally must apologize, have fine palfreys. None will shame the reach should eager huntresses find themselves deciding to race a bit, but neither are any of them or their horses greatly suited for the heat of Dorne and heights of the Red Mountains. The longer such a race pressed on, the poorer they would fare, I do not doubt. Best of luck, my lady, though I think you will not need it. I am a cad to betray family so, but Marjorie tells me it is a suitor's chief goal to appear useful, doubly so one so plain as myself. She mentioned the latter with perhaps more zeal than was necessary, and I find myself wounded and unable to carry on. In resting my quill, I have defeated her the only way I know how, and also I have, I hope, stopped embarrassing myself with you. Fare thee well, warmest regards, and in gratitude for your attentions, Willis Tyrell. Postscript. The young lady Alysain Bulwer of Blackcrown has only recently taken to the sport of hawking as well, as a distraction after her lord father fell to the summer fever, and her lady mother, my cousin Victoria, barely overcame that fever to find herself widowed. Alysain's kestrel is yet small and fragile, but like her, it is eager. She and her bird alike, I do not doubt, would consider it a kindness to be invited along. Bors is her pony's name, a gentle but good and sturdy beast. The way to his heart and hers are pitted dates. And there it finally ends. So,
So Highgarter's out of paper now. That's what I hear.
Did he even sign his name?
he did before the postscript.
Oh, right, okay, sorry, I missed that.
But then he remembered to, he's like, no,
Yeah.
I need to be kind to Alysain Bulwer. Let's make sure she gets invited along. She needs some help.
In the modern era, this guy would have updated probably half of Wikipedia.
Yeah. Yep.
He is
He's such a dork. I love him already.
Yeah.
He's a
I
scholar.
approve.
he is the most renowned breeder of hawk, hound, and horse in the Seven Kingdoms. So he's half the reason that his cousins and aunts and stuff have the horses and hawks that they do. But it looks like he's kind of giving you some tips that if you use, you may get some bonus dice when you and the girls are out hawking and hunting and stuff. But then also a lot of flirting, and he has made his intentions pretty clear, I think.
Was that red?
sent a portrait?
So,
Sorry.
how much of that did you read aloud, Raina?
Oh, yeah.
Well, I think the first part for sure,
I can imagine you starting to read it and go, oh,
and then
wait,
I
hang
go,
on.
I got caught up, and then I would read a little more out loud, and then stop and just kind of laugh. And I take the letter and I fold it, and I tap it on the arm of my chair, and I look over at Grandpa and the Queen of Thorns. How exactly would that work?
She's over here. She's been just clucking and shaking her head, lovingly but exasperatedly. Like any bits of it that you read, oh, that boy knows how to write better than this, type of thing. But in a very warm way, since you don't just like toss it down or anything. She's like, all right, clearly he knows what he's doing. But yeah, she's
He's adorable.
So the question was, how exactly would that work?
Right. I'm the lady of this house, and eventually the mantle of its leadership will fall to me. And
Yes, and someday my idiot son will die, and Willis will be the Warden of the South and Lord of the Reach. She says, there's never any real malice in her voice when she calls Mason idiot, but it's still probably a little weird.
I mean, he is kind of her idiot son, so yeah.
to be fair, he's I don't know, he's like a miracle.
But well, he seems
by
nice.
Orchids.
Yeah, but he seems nice, just not very bright.
That would be quite an alliance of.
It certainly would, sister.
That's a fucking powerhouse right there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, would it? Elena looks wide-eyed and innocent, and Grandfather Maekar is just reading your expression. He's got that intently staring at you, as he was all while you were reading, aloud or otherwise. Like he's watching your soul.
I kind of feel like
My
Adam
soul?
I feel like Adam from behind Luke is kind of looking at Raina like, if you don't fucking marry him, I will. He sounds lovely.
Why? Who knows what? Go ahead.
No, you started first.
Why? Who knows what such children of such a match could lay claim to?
The boy tries too hard to look like he's trying hard, but it did not seem to displease you, granddaughter. You should know, of course, that he is not your only option. There is the Knight of Griffin's Root, Ronnet Connington, called Red Ronnet. You've seen him at the tourneys, I don't doubt. The Red Griffin is a bit of a brute, but it would be fine to have another Stormlander ally, I suppose. The Connington anger against Robert Baratheon for their losses burns as red as his hair, and he's desperate to regain land and status that a marriage to House Nymerian could no doubt bring him. Giving him that opportunity, well, again, we could do far worse than more allies in the Stormlands.
I know less of him than I do of Willis. At least I have met Willis' brothers and grandmother and have heard tales of him. And now I have, holds up the letter, this, which apparently gives me quite an insight into how his mind works. According to Lady Elena.
Who cuts it? He's twice as smart as my idiot son. He's just as handsome as Garland. He's as kind as Marjorie, and he's better read than all of them put together. But I understand you know someone else even better. And Grandfather looks a little serious. He goes, I know that you are already acquainted with Lord Barrack of Blackhaven. The Lightning Lord would also prove a potent ally with strong ties to the Stormlands, but it could cost us our friendship with House Dane if we could talk him into breaking that betrothal. I would prefer Willis or Red Ronnet for my part. But if we are granting the Lady Iris some say in her betrothal, the least I can do is allow each of you to advise me before further letters may be written.
Red Ronnet's here, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
He's not going to miss a tourney.
Alright.
He likes sports.
I will. Lady Elena, thank you for even thinking to unite our houses with me and your grandson. I know how important your family is to you.
She's just, her usual pinch-faced self looking at you.
Oh, I'm not making a decision right now.
Yeah, she wasn't expecting you.
You have until the sun sets.
I wanted to make sure and give her the proper respect for,
Like, I'm also like Rusty. You said there were three options. There's a third one. Come on.
Yeah, that was the three. It's Willis
wait,
Tyrell, Ronnet Connington, or Barrick Dondarrion.
No, hold on.
Uh,
But Barrick Dondarrion's not available.
That's
I'm
the
confused.
That's the downside to picking Barrick Dondarrion. That's why Grandfather said it could cost you your friendship with House Dane.
Oh, I
if
see.
You could talk him into breaking the betrothal.
Oh, right. Okay. I think I'd sort of filed that in my head as like not one of the three options kind of thing. I think I'd
Bonus
just sort of
option.
yeah, side quest.
I like all of my options. They're all pretty good right now. I don't know anything about Red Ronnet, so I'll just have to be watching him over the next few days and see if I can talk to him maybe. Does he know did he put himself forward for this?
Red Ronnet?
Yes.
We have spoken. He says just kind of offhandedly.
Okay.
Yeah, like
And
we
I
talked about it.
squinted him,
like-
just like I just did.
It wasn't Connington's idea, but him approaching me to ask would be a bit above his station. So his was my idea, but he does not mind, I'm sure. Less so after having seen you in person at these tourneys.
Well, now I get a chance to see him, and I will watch him this week, and I will interact. I will get to know him a little.
Hang on to that letter, write whatever response you would, and we'll see to it that it returns with the Lady Olena and the rest of Willis's family.
Correct.
Well, think it over for the week, and perhaps a bit longer, but it is time, grandchildren, he says, kind of looking to all of them. It is time that stop preparing and we begin to put some of these into motion. Which of you wishes to be next?
I'll go next.
Grandpa Maekar gives a matter-of-fact nod. We've already discussed Sir Balin Swan, second son of Lord Julian. He will not inherit Stonehelm, but Lord Julian is quite for the match, and House Swan would make a fine ally and trade partner. And I believe the two of you are already acquainted as well.
Yeah, we get along quite well.
Well, learn a little something here. And he plucks a pair of letters out. And hands you the first of them. And 1 second, let me scroll to find it. Here we go. Ready, Bela?
I am.
Excited.
Greetings to you, Lady Bela Nymerian. Though I am certainly lettered, as are all of House Hightower, I am ill-suited to such things as this, so I shall be brief. I understand that the Warden of the Stoneway and the Beacon of the South have spoken well of you and I to one another, and that both of them find our matching favorable. I am not made for fancy words, so I will not try. I say only that I am certainly not against such a match. if I do not win the hand of this Iris Dennett by week's end, I would be proud to make you my wife, as well as...
Scribble, scribble,
Okay,
scribble.
yeah, sorry. It's just make you my wife. Sorry, I just typoed there. Regards, the Grey Steel.
Ooh, Garth Greysteel.
Yes, Garth, Garth Greysteel of Hightower. A very, very wealthy Reach house, home to the Citadel, largest city in Reach, one of the largest cities in the Seven Kingdoms, reputed to be a fairly fine warrior. You remember he's late 20s and like pretty buff and stuff.
And he's not an heir or anything like that either.
He's a
He's
second
not,
son.
He's
Okay.
not the first one.
Okay.
And he's here.
All right. So yeah, I'll read mine out loud, the whole thing. Yeah. Say, okay. I will introduce myself. Not that he wouldn't know me, but you know what I mean.
Lady Elena, well, he's deucedly good at all this fighting you like, and he'd certainly be another sword in your army. But eventually he's going to want to sheath it. He's still young enough.
Oh God.
So it's important you two at least get along, or you can pretend to.
Yeah.
But
Two
she
seconds, son.
she gives you kind of a leer as she says it. Like she's certainly trying to steer you towards Garth Greysteel a little, you think. And then grandfather hands you another letter, and these are all sealed. So unless they refixed them, which is a big social no-no, it looks like grandfather hasn't read these, by the way. So he hands you another one. He goes, and we briefly discussed this option, granddaughter.
Yeah. All right.
Sublime salutations, generous greetings, 7 blessings, etc., 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 to the infamous Lady Bela of House Nymerian and Wyvern's Rest, the Sand Drake, triumphant over Sir Marin Cant, the Vulture Upstart, and the once Lord Anders Ironwood, no doubt with many more to come. Kindly tell your Lord Grandfather that I have met his request to the best of my ability, but alas, I can neither read nor write. Ashamedly yours, Uncle Orain, Bastard of Driftmark.
Okay. Well, I do
That was
appreciate this. The greetings and the compliments. Those are
Honorifics were quite nice.
yes.
Yeah,
I do like those. That does sound very, very nice.
But the rest.
The rest leaves a little bit to be desired.
He is a cad and a bounder, but he did write a good letter there. That's entertaining.
I'm not much of one for reading or writing much myself, but there is some ground in between.
You know that there is,
nerds. That is.
yeah, there is no way this letter is not from him. He is absolutely lying about being able to read or write.
Well,
it just looks like he wanted an excuse to not bother. He's basically just trolling Grandpa instead of wooing him. Is the vibe that you get.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, maybe he'll be more personable in person.
He was pretty
yeah,
personable than Elia last night.
That's true.
It looks like he just didn't feel like working on a homework assignment.
She was-
Definitely the vibe.
And Aunt Elia was clearly vetting him. It's fine.
He was okay with the C. Just doing a C in the assignment.
Yeah.
And Queen Olena just makes a face. She goes, "Listen, dear, he's like a stream or a babbling brook. Pretty waters to look at, but so shallow. He'll give you that influx of Valyrian seed, but little else. and there's no telling who else he'll try to share that seed of his with. And she just makes a face and just kind of waves away, like the whole thing is a terrible idea.
This is not her pick.
Yeah, I believe I might share your distaste.
So like out of character, just a bit of a note is like these ones are here, so Bela isn't going to get as long a letter. I'm trying to give a fair shake to the guys that aren't present, so that's why some of them are getting a little bit more. And it's fun to try and write as Willis Tyrell. But yeah, so like it's not me snubbing Erica. It's just like, well, like, she can actually role play with her guys. So
yeah, I feel like this is okay. And the two options that are most attractive, I feel like I have a good in with them. So I think I'm okay.
So grandfather gives Lady Elena a moment to finish her scalding review of Rolling Waters. And he just gives you a look and says, so, the Grey Steel or Balin Swan, either would, truth be told, be a fine match. Good for the house. One provides us another friend in the Reach, and one provides us another friend in the Stormlands. An unexpected one when you brought the news of his betrothal offer, but not an unpleasant surprise.
Indeed, grandfather. I will spend this week to get to know each of them a bit better.
And also, out of character note, this goes for everybody, I just forgot to mention it. I have mechanical benefits for each match worked up, and I will be telling them to you later on as you like research the houses a little more and that sort of thing, because some of them are bringing, you know, trade alliances and that sort of thing that will help with month-to-month rolls and stuff like that. So there is mechanical information also to come once you guys look into it. Since we have wrapped up the kind of introductions of the crew of options for the twins of Wyvern's Rest, let's in real life take our quick break for a Dornish purse or some Nymerian wine. And we're going to go take our quick little midstream break, and we'll be back in a little bit, everybody. See if you can guess who's on the menu for the Nymerian boys when we get back. See you in a couple minutes, chat.
I'm so scared.
right, everybody, welcome back. So let's take our usual little midstream break because we've got a lot of discomfort to go. We've got several more betrothal options to discuss, a couple more letters to read, and then some arching to do. That's not what it's called when you do arching.
Arching.
So, when last we left off, Bela had acknowledged her three options that are really two options, because literally the only thing going for Orain Waters is, I mean, he's good looking and he's got Valyrian blood. Like, those are the two things. But that does not necessarily make a very good husband or partner or person to rest your honor and name upon based upon his actions, stuff like that. So
Yeah.
sounds like that one's pretty soundly down to the pretty straightforward kind of military men of Garth Greysteel and Sir Balin Swan. Which brings us to whomever is up next.
Not
I'll go just to draw things out longer for Adam.
like Adam's been like all through is like just edged more and more behind Luke.
Like getting closer and closer to the door.
Yeah, sort of clutching a goblet of wine like it's his lifeline.
All right. They will wave you forward a little bit, type of thing, and right. Well, I get a letter for you to read, but first, we've discussed the Lady Valena Toland, the heir to the Lady Nymella of Ghost Hill. Out of character, you've recently met them, or met her, I should say. You would become Lord Consort of Ghost Hill here in Dorne. She's a fine match, a noble match, and good for House Nymerian to strengthen ties elsewhere in Dorne, I believe. And then the Lady Elena cuts in. Well, she's fierce enough in a fight and fond enough of horses that she might remind you of your sisters, but you're Targaryen enough that maybe that won't bother you or be a problem. It will get you one of the largest armies in Dorne as not quite bannermen, and that would be nice. Oh, and you could start wearing another banner that still has all these silly dragons on it, but in finer colors than the current one.
The shade.
They're in gold and green. The House Nymella
Okay.
is the dragon biting its tail in green and gold. So she's just like, fuck your color scheme. Get that rail. So, option one is Valena Toland, she warrior of Ghost Hill. And then grandfather hands you a letter. This is from Meredith Crane of Red Lake. A well-dowried lass, he says, while he hands you the letter.
Okay, I will open it and start reading it out.
To Sir Lucaris Nymerian of Wyvern's Rest, with warmest regards. It is my girlish hope that you have not forgotten me, crowded as the Red Keep was, and as eventful as the feast we shared. I was the demure, quiet maiden fading into the background, with the nattering chatterbox of a brother who carried on all night, but both of us wore blue and gold. I am, I know, dreadfully dull compared to sisters such as yours, and all of us are boring compared to your brother's outburst. But I recall in the tourney itself that you performed well, sir, defeating both the fearsome Black Walder and the heir to Runestone. I hope that you do not win the hand of the Lady Iris Dannett this week, for selfish reasons. Family gossip has reached me that I find a pleasant proposition, and the gossip tells me that I have an entirely selfish interest in you remaining unwed, for now. Oh, speaking of knights and winning brides, however, You have no doubt heard the ancient tale of Maris the Maid, a daughter of Garth Greenhand, so fair that 50 lords fought for her in the very first tourney in all of Westeros. The story goes that the great brute Argoth Stoneskin emerged the victor, but that King Uthor of Hightower snatched the girl up and married Maris anyway, leaving poor Argoth to rage outside the high walls of Old Town, while Maris and Uthor made merry and brought into the world all of House Hightower in due time. I have it on good authority that the scandal did not end there, though, and that the Dornish ways are not unique to Dorne. Instead, it is whispered that when the mighty King Uthor needed to ride off to war, so worried was he about his honor that he clapped Maris the not-quite-a-maiden anymore into a chastity belt, finely forged and thick as the walls of Old Town. Naturally, he trusted none but the key but his own sister, Rose of Red Lake, ancestor of mine very own house. Guard my honor while I am away, and if I fall in battle, sister, the very serious King Uthor told her very seriously, keep Maris dressed in black and locked in this belt for a further 10 years, so that she grieves a proper time and does honor to my memory. I will, brother, the Lady of Red Lake vowed. 10 years she shall wear the belt, and not a moment less. As King Uthor and the war host of the Reach departed, off to fight some Lannister or another, I am certain, he paused and cast back one longing look at Old Town, and saw a great bird swiftly approaching. A noble crane swept gracefully through the air to land next to him, and then transformed into his own sister, Rose of Red Lake, all in a great hurry. Brother, the skin changer cried out, glad to have caught up to him so swiftly, all flushed and flustered and out of breath. You gave me the wrong keys.
Oh, I like her.
Oh.
And then she signs off with, alas, not a bird, Meredith Crane of Red Lake. You are welcome, everybody.
Well then.
I was like, where is this going?
That is a real story from the Age of Legends. All the King Uthor and the Garth Greenhand and the Maris of Red Lake, those are all actual like legendary figures that I crossed over with a joke, and I weaved it all together. And God, I wanted to read that letter to you all like a week and a half ago. when I wrote it up, I was like, yes, like if you guys don't marry him, like Willis and Mary Crane are gonna run off together and just be clever and make beautiful, genius children.
Look, yeah, Robert, if you don't marry her, can I marry her?
I'll have to give this some thought.
That was awesome. I know she's like one of his options, but please send us these letters because they're brilliant.
Yeah, I have all the letters in one document that I will be sharing with you live. Like I said, these were hard to sit on for like 10 or 11 days. It is not in my nature as a writer to have the...
has to keep plot from us.
I know, it's hard. So, Mary Crane. Lady Olenna just lets out a most unladylike snort at the joke. Then she goes, well, yeah, you've met her already. She likes all this riding and hawking as much as my boy Willis, and she's as pretty as any man might wish, though well dowried as well. Oh, and besides, if hanging about Red Lake was good enough for that silly old dragon Silverwing, then marrying her should be good enough for a silly little dragon like you. Out of character note, in the folklore and histories of Westeros, one of the dragons that got away during a Targaryen civil war hung out in Red Lake for like decades, terrorizing the population and eating sheep and stuff. So there's a dragon thing going there. You got some anyways, there we go. So
Thank you, Lady
Mary
Olenna. I will
Crane.
give it some thought.
And then finally, grandfather, there is that Miranda Royce. Her brother Albar is heir to the Gates of the Moon, but she keeps the place running in her father's name even now. She's got a good head on her shoulders, though she pretends not to. I believe you two have met?
Something she reminds me of constantly. She's a smart girl.
In case he forgot.
That was a good response. I like it.
A fine match and comely enough. I doubt you'll die in bed with her, though, and grandfather's eyes twinkle. Perhaps you'd like to try. But yes.
Wow.
Miranda Royce, related to Olenda, or Mary Crane. Any of the three would be a fine match and do the house proud and give us a valuable ally of one sort or another. I would be proud to call any of them granddaughter.
Thank you, grandfather. I will think about this.
And so, and grandfather kind of cranes his neck very pointedly towards Adam, and then just waits for him to like step forward a bit.
Yeah, I guess he'll kind of edge back out, because yeah, like continuing to hide is probably only going to make him angry, and I don't want that. So yeah, I'll be just like, yes, grandfather.
Even the youngest of us, and those that face certain hardships, may add to House Nymerian in more ways than simply bringing glory to the house as Adam the Archer. We have discussed this matter quite carefully, he nods to Lady Elena, and have a handful of suggestions. The Lady Elena speaks up. Lady Alysain Bulwer, the Lady of Black Crown. You have recently seen her with me. She is a fine and sweet girl, and she helps look after her lady mother, Vecteria. Between her youth and her mother's ill health after the fever, we could put off a marriage for a couple years. Alysain would no doubt regularly travel to and from Black Crown even after the marriage, but once she's of age and she decides she's ready, she will need to visit Dorne and stay until she leaves with a boy in her belly, preferably one with your silly silver hair. And here she looks at Adam and then also at Luke, rather knowingly, says, the baby will give her lady mother someone to look after, as well as adding to the bloodline of your house. She is a girl, so the marriage could be put off for some few years, but she is a fine match, and it would help House Bulwer and all of the Reach if she were taken care of. Which you know means Lady Elena would like it if this young girl, who's now the Lady of Black Crown, despite her youth, she is the ruler of, at 12, the ruler of Black Crown, and Lady Elena's been looking after her. So that's one option.
Yeah, like Adam's just kind of looking at the desk more than he's not meeting anybody's eyes during this.
And then, going in the other direction, I suppose, grandfather hands you a letter.
Right.
To Adam. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, it's fine. Like I didn't realize you were launching straight into it. I thought it was. It's fine. Carry on.
Well, I was pausing until you responded, and you didn't, so I launched straight into it. But there you go. You have the letter. Are you wanting to read it aloud? Read it
yeah, I was going to say, I mean, like, my sort of in character instinct is not to read it aloud, especially given the stuff that's gone before. But in the spirit of like having the party be privy to things, I'm fine to read it aloud.
Okay. To Adam Nymerian, the Blood Royal, If you will pardon an old lady's bluntness, this all feels silly, and I have told your grandfather as much. I am no more likely to court you than I understand you are to court me. So let us save poems and talk of flowers and moonlit nights and gentle kisses for those who have better odds of such things. I am old enough that I may speak plainly now. My husband is gone. My daughter is gone, and all four of my boys. My good brother Oswell, my sister Minisa, seven rest her, gone and gone and gone. My nieces and nephews are Tullys through and through. Hoster has always misliked me, and none of them cared to be reminded that they have a creaking aunt to visit in creaking Harrenhal. I mean to say simply that I am not a woman made for much joy any longer, and certainly not for any romance. You are a young man, and I am told comely. You will have many years to find love and write poems and share kisses after I have left to join my Walter. Find that love and write those poems and share those kisses with whoever you like when that time's come. When that time comes, and may the maiden smile upon you with all of it. Until that time comes, though, I am told that you are clever and kind, as well as comely. I could do with kindness from time to time, and Harrenhal's books could use some cleverness for certain. You would need not visit often, nor woo me when you are here, but by every account, old Harrenhal could do far worse than to have you as its lord when I am gone, and as its steward consort while I remain. I know that you have a fondness for books, and I hope that my copy of the Iron Chronicle made it to you safely. If you also have a fondness for tea and civasse, I think that you and I might get along well enough should things progress. Warmly, Lady Shella Went.
Holy shit.
Oh,
That's an out of character comment, by the way. Okay.
my heart though. Slady.
So, the Lady of Harrenhal is a potential match.
What could
And,
you say her name again for me just a second?
It's Lady Shella Went.
Okay, thank you.
And the Lady Elena speaks up. She's as old as me and just as disinterested in feeling young again. She lives in Harrenhal with the ghosts of her sons lost to the rebellion, a daughter lost to summer fever, and a brother lost in the Kingsguard at the Tower of Joy. She wants to know that her name won't die and that Harrenhal will be looked after once she's gone. Of course, you'll have the wife and heir problem all over again after that happens, but at least then you'll be Lord of Harrenhal, which should make all this a good deal easier.
Yes.
Grandfather just nods kind of sagely, and you remember he was very interested when you got your copy of the Iron Chronicle. Like, he was pleased that
That's what that was about. Okay.
As though he was expecting it, and and it was a response to something.
I'm not making a note. Oh. Okay. Continue.
And then, grandson, there is this letter. It's the last one on the stack, and he hands it to you, and you recognize a bold and familiar hand, assuming you open it and start to read.
Yeah.
Youngest nephew, though you are a man now, let me offer you one last bit of wisdom to the boy that you were. Some trees, no matter how strong and tall, are not meant to be climbed. Learn, instead, to take comfort in their shade and to earn confidence in the strength of their roots. I saw the looks you gave, nephew, and I saw the looks you received in return. Tremendous friendship waits from you with that tall tree, nephew, but I do not think much more. In brighter news, though, after much discussion with your Lord Father, and following your many heartfelt conversations with me while we were on campaign against the Vulture King, I have been swayed to your cause and spoken with my daughters. You and little Elia would kill one another, and Dorn would be the poorer for it. But my beloved Sorella finds the match quite favorable. If any of my girls loves books and bows as much as you, nephew, it is her. And she is far traveled for her age, often, of course, away with her mother aboard the Feathered Kiss. I know that you will treasure the tales of her adventures, as she will cherish having you at home to return to. If you need a bride, nephew, you have one. Prince Oberyn of House Nimeros Martell.
Nice. I love Cirilla.
Due to personal reasons. I will take those under consideration. Thank you.
She solves the marriage issue, Adam, but that's very nearly it. She won't be bothered or slowed down by being much of a wife, I fear, but she won't expect you to be by being much of a husband. But we gain little else by it and solve no problems but the marriage one.
Understood.
No new alliances or trade. But that does remind me of another way to solve that problem. There is the matter still of Gwyneth Ironwood. She is Lady of Nowhere, and you will be Lord of Nothing. But she won't solve any problems for us except two. One is what to do with her, and the other is that you would be wed. She has no families, no allies, and no dowry. And I suppose when the time comes, she too will need to be wedded and bedded by someone with silver hair. There you are, Adam. Bulwer went sand and ironwood. You have thinking to do, son.
Quite.
Out of character, I'm very proud of myself for finding 4 matches that are not like super sexy maidens in the prime of their love-makey life that are looking for a romantic love match where people would be expecting and egging on romance, etc., etc., etc.
Yes, well,
So yeah, that was tough.
Seems
And I
all
get-
decisions.
I get like 4 options, and everyone else gets 3.
You're young enough that Gwyneth Ironwood wouldn't be weird. Like, she could still potentially be married to Lucaris if you guys were desperate to find her a match, but I wasn't as comfortable offering up that pairing as I am with the barely 16-year-old. So, there you go. 2 very young matches that will not be looking for marriage and bedding for some time. A nice old lady that just lives with her cats in Harrenhal, and Sorella Sand, who's just going to keep on sand snaking it up and pretending to be visiting with her mother, the ship captain, while she's, for some reason, learning to be a maester in Old Town. So there we go. That's the 4 matches that I found for Adam. And that's everybody's initial betrothal offerings. Any of you that have other suggestions or ideas or romantic thoughts are certainly free to add to your list of potential matches. You don't have to pick from among these several that each of you have, but these several are, I think, pretty damn good matches for everybody. No one's gonna go, oh, I want to marry the heir to House Bolton, right, or whatever, and accidentally end up with some utter shitbird, right? So yeah, I try to get decent matches for everyone that would also get along well and that are also people we can kind of comfortably occasionally side stage a bit to keep the party adventuring when the time comes. But there we go. Player characters, you've all got some thinking to do to figure out how you want to respond to each of your suitors, what decision you want to make, etc., etc. The plot thickens.
Oh boy.
This food is
I
lovely.
think also what I feel like I should explain what's going on for me right now. I'm like, fuck, some of those are quite reasonable. I can't really rail against him about it now. Fuck. I was ready to argue. I came in ready to argue and he gave me reasonable options and I'm not happy about it.
I like the old lady. She makes my heart flutter with her.
At the moment, just as like a gut reaction thing, she's currently the front runner because fucking Harrenhal. You know, I like to think that I'm not so much marrying a woman as marrying a castle.
And nothing but good things happen to people who own Harrenhal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I like to think that because Adam is a good person, it won't go that way. But okay. Exactly.
So yeah, because both of those matches are outside of Dorne, by the way, you would also be Lord of House Bulwer if you were to marry her and go there. Either of those two, you would kind of be usurping the lordship of via marriage.
I guess there's also the thing of like, Lady Alison Bulwer has been frightening my friend Ned Dane. I could potentially take that bullet for him. But Adam also really gets on well with Sorella, so don't know. We'll see.
Well, you can talk to Sorella now and say you get along with her. She's here.
Yeah, no, like they already get along pretty well, but like this is probably going to have to be a strategic thing.
That was absolutely a fig leaf marriage offered by Uncle Oberyn.
Also, I mean, like, did he have to also hurt my heart?
I know.
He was trying to give you kind advice while he knew you were getting stuck marrying somebody besides Oryx. So he was trying to be, fatherly Uncle Oberyn.
No, I know he was trying to help. It was just like, just remind me of that thing I can't have. Thanks.
I also thought about him writing even more before he mentioned that it wouldn't be Elia. I already tortured you once with Orain Waters instead of Oris marrying your sister.
As soon as you said her name, I was like, oh fuck, it's happened.
Yeah, no, you're gonna marry Elia.
Because I was seriously.
And you gotta go tell her now. By the way, she's down there still.
Yeah. By the way, you're welcome. Seriously, when you said her name, I was like, because this whole time, I have been like 95% sure she was going to be on Adam's list. So that was terrifying.
It's fair. Silence.
I was answering some stuff in chat.
By the way, I'm pretty sure Ellie is currently stabbing a effigy of you right now.
The thing is, and possibly a thing that infuriates Adam all the more, is that she doesn't really care. That she just annoys Adam and she doesn't seem to have any annoyance back. Like, he's nothing to her, and he hates that. Like, 'cause like the sniping at each other, he can handle. Not being able to get someone back for annoying him or upsetting him, he just can't do it. Just can't handle it. Like, I can't hurt you. You can hurt me, but I can't hurt you. And also, I can't fight you because you're better than me.
So everybody has, you know, a few moments to just kind of sit and think and reread a bit of letter or whatever. And then the Lady Elena interrupts it by rapping her knuckles on the table. Well, there is the matter of that Ironwood girl. If Adam doesn't take her, you've still got to marry her to someone. You've got Bannerman to choose from, and I will offer what humble assistance I can while I'm here for the week. Her assistance. No, she's not.
But a
Perhaps,
child.
I suppose perhaps once Lady Iris has chosen, perhaps we could see what she thinks of the remaining champions.
An out-of-character reminder, you were told that she does need to be married into House Nymerian. As the sole unmarried survivor of House Ironwood. So
Right,
it's
so-
got to be you guys or a Bannerman. Is the princely decree as from Prince Doran as a means of you got kind of strengthening your hold on the
Okay.
Iron lands. So
I forgot about that. Sorry.
yeah, no, it's fine, But yeah, you have among your bannermen that are of some rank and are unwed is
Sir
Sir Adam
Adam
Waddington, Sir Derek Fossaway, the strong cider,
Forgot about him.
and Sir Garrus Drinkwater. So any of those three could potentially marry her, and you are sure that all of them would be gentlemen about it.
They're all
much
good.
like- yeah. So, and it just needs to be a betrothal at this point. It's not like Prince Doran isn't like, you must wed her by the end of the tourney. It's a matter of something needs to be arranged and probably announced to make it official so that Prince Doran knows that you're doing it. Right? That's kind of where you're at there. But yeah, so Lady Elena has offered her assistance with that.
I
and
will
then that's-
kind of speak up to everybody. Have any of them expressed any serious interest in the Lady Janet? To any of you?
No. To be
No.
fair, I've not spoken to any of them about it, though.
Yeah,
No.
nor have I.
The only time I've tried to encourage Sir Adam to think about such things, it clearly makes him quite uncomfortable. Though I would like to see him find some happiness.
I bring it up only because we could wait until after the issue with Lady Janet is settled, but if none of those gentlemen, those knights are interested.
That was rather my thought. See who's left.
Or how they behave over this next week.
Indeed, I would not want to promise her to someone who I couldn't guarantee would treat her well.
And Jen.
So you guys could talk to those three during the week. It can be added to your rotation of NPC interactions, along with several of you talking to several of your potential matches as well. So now we've got some role-playing fodder for the week to keep everybody with stuff to talk about and think about. Lady Elena and Grandpa Maekar seem content to just field questions from you lot, or to let you talk amongst yourselves about suddenly kind of being up for trade.
Yeah, I kind of think like anything Adam's got to say, he's like not going to say to a room full of people.
Much less these people.
He will
Yeah.
scream it into the void as appropriate.
Yeah, you're just like from his solar later tonight, like. What? I need to step away just for a moment, so
No, I don't want to talk about this in front of them anymore. I mean, to be fair, Bayla and I have always known that we're always going to be on the block. So,
Yeah, I think both of us might be a little surprised it's taken this long, to be honest. Like,
yeah.
we've had conversations for years, I'm sure, about this.
It has been unusual and part of grandfather's kind of reputation for overprotectiveness with you. But now that that overprotectiveness is done, with you lot, going to King's Landing and then also off to war, apparently it's time for these gears to really start turning.
And really, so anyway, yeah, we'll just leave.
Yeah,
What?
the siblings could also just politely.
Yeah, let's get out of here.
we'll excuse ourselves to think this over. Thank you, grandfather.
By the wine cellar on the way out.
I'm lighting a light up for the time and consideration that has gone into this selection of suitors.
It's fine. Just tell us which ones you fancy, girls and boys, and I will get my bevy of clucking hens to work, spreading all manner of kindly gossip about you, and no matter who you favor, we'll see to it things keep turning. Off you go be young somewhere else. And she waves you all out, dismissing you from grandfather's solar.
Go
All
be
right.
young somewhere else.
Yeah, I am off to grab some wine, unless any of you want to talk about things.
Those two aren't mutually exclusive.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, fuck. Sorry. My setup is precarious. Yeah, I think kind of Adam considers like demanding to speak to grandfather privately, but sort of decides against it because he's just like, just get me out of this fucking room. And probably the other three will get a sense that he's been holding his breath the entire time, like since he stopped talking, because as soon as the door closes behind him, he's gonna be like just straight into panic attack.
Well, I will tow him along.
Okay.
In Luke's wake, because I'm fairly sure Luke's gonna go for some wine, and I'll just follow him.
Yeah.
It's my wine tracker.
Gonna go to the good barrels. Here we go.
And we will cluster about it like it's the water cooler, and it's Monday fucking morning.
That's a good idea. Yes, I definitely need wine. This cup is empty. Why is this cup empty? I need wine in it.
Fill it up for him.
So, Adam, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking of running away to Bravos forever.
Okay.
Wait.
I
We
just
wouldn't get to see
got
you
you in
again.
office.
But I wouldn't have to get married.
No, you get married in Bravos. I think.
Like-
Pretty sure.
But there wouldn't be grandfather and Lady Elena making me do it.
I don't know. I cannot guarantee that if you were there, Lady Olena would not also somehow be there.
You know what? Actually, you're right.
She'd be waiting on the Titan's shoulder as you sailed into the city.
I could go to old Valyria and she would be there tapping her cane on the ground.
And there'd be a statue of her there too, for just unexplained reasons.
You mean one of those? You mean one of those statues they put up as a warning? Oh, this is a mess. I hate it.
I talk quieter, so I'm sure she can hear us from here. There's
No,
spies
right.
everywhere.
It's fine.
Uh,
She's not plotting
I-
against us. She's plotting for us. So,
Yeah.
right then, uh, I shall move to the north where I can live as a goat.
Adam,
Did,
As a,
do they do
Wait,
that
never
in the
changed her?
north? I,
yeah, I think they
Wait,
can. You've heard rumors.
really?
You've heard the stories.
No, you get my point. I'm very uncomfortable with this. A couple of years at most to put this off is insufficient. So sorry, but I mean, congratulations, the rest of you.
You think this is easy for us?
You all have a chance of being married to someone you want to be married to.
Sure,
Uh,
chance,
I mean-
I suppose.
I mean, you know what I mean. But there are definite political advantages to some of them.
and protection. The marriage itself spreads a layer of protection around you.
I suppose it would be nice if House Nymerian didn't need protection, but unfortunately, we're not there yet.
The way Grandfather and Lady Elaine are moving pieces around the board, I suspect we're going to need a lot of protection.
Strong
Ah.
alliances. It will work out, but I don't have any platitudes because
I appreciate that.
there's no way to escape it, unfortunately.
Raina, Willis.
Oh
Willis
yes,
Tyrell.
you should totally marry him.
That was quick. You haven't even
What
met the
is-
man.
Well, I mean, think about like what was sort of presented as options there. It seems to me like the most advantageous one that will cause the least political strife, if I may. As much as I like Lord Beric very much and think he's a wonderful person, and were he not betrothed, I would absolutely be in support. But we need. I think it's important to stay friends with House Dane. Not least of all because they are quite close neighbours.
It is vitally important that we stay close and maintain our ties with House Dane.
And I know that's not. I know that's not a comfortable or pleasant thing to hear.
It doesn't make me happy. But it is truth, and it is reality, and it is what must be accepted. He is a man of his word, and he has given his word. His family has given their word. They're made a pact.
Yeah.
And to break it would be
Our
acceptable.
our words need to mean something, I think. However, you're my sister and I love you, and whatever choice you make I will support. If you felt you needed to follow your heart, then I would stand by it.
I appreciate that.
Yes.
Luke.
No, I just
Well, and, like,
thinking
just-
about.
Just that, like, Ned is a good friend of mine. I would make every effort to smooth things over if that is the way things went.
Just befriend his fiance and, like, trade out.
Very much possible down the road. However,
that requires the knowing consent of everyone involved. Which
they are rather
so
royal.
an uncomfortable conversation would have to happen first.
I don't know about how that uncomfortable. She's Dornish as well.
No, they're more Rowan than Dornish.
Well,
Still, I suppose that he's right that it's not necessarily a requirement that you never speak to each other again or anything like that. It's not Westeros.
Oh, it will not.
Go
Even
ahead.
if Beric and I are allies, and we are friends first. I mean, we're friends. We're peers. We have a lot of the same. We were raised basically the same way, except I was isolated and he was not. And then he was thrust into the lordship rather early, whereas I have been left mostly to my own, my own whatever I wanted, my own desires, as long as they lined up with Grandpa's. And they do. I don't. There will not be ill will between House Nymeria and House Dondarrion. There will not. It has been very precious for us to have this alliance. And I like to think it will continue. We're not enemies.
Indeed.
And we're both, right? And I'm being very mature here, and I want you all to appreciate it.
I appreciate it very much, Raina. Oh, I really, really do. I'm in no position to give anyone advice. I'm wrestling with some difficult truths as well. So I empathize.
Well, at least Bela gets to keep Balin.
Yeah. We'll see. I'll talk to Garth Greysteel as well. See what kind of man he is.
I mean, from what I understand, he's a fine and honourable knight. Though, of course, I'm somewhat biased towards Sir Balin because I actually know him personally. That's all.
Right.
They can fight
Yeah.
each other.
And I can't
Yeah.
help but approve of a man who's a good shot. So
And he stood shoulder to shoulder with us in that cave.
Right.
of
Yeah, that
slaughter.
counts for a lot.
it
And he was
does.
like super romantic.
Hmm.
It was super romantic how he
Me-
was.
Kneeling in the gore and stuff. Yeah, like
And
No,
I'm at nothing. I'm nothing at heart if not romantic. So
Yeah,
But-
we can't push their names together as a
Yes.
shit name because it's the same beginning sound, so it doesn't work. Sorry.
it's not a good mashup, unfortunately. But well, unlike me, who's got too many mashups.
But I do think it would not be fair to write off Sir Garth before getting to know him. Like,
And that is
There's Garth here.
it is unfair to him that we have spent so much time with Sir Balin. So, shall have several opportunities, I'm sure, during this week to get to know him.
And I will introduce myself to Red Ronnet Connington and let him have a fair shake. It is not his fault that I've already met so many beautiful men of the Tyrell family and know what I'm saying.
It's really frankly unfair how attractive they all are.
It is. It is. And, I mean, let's face it, it's House Tyrell. Jewel of the Reach.
They're not even just the Reach. They're just one of the most powerful houses in the entire Seven Kingdoms. Most of the realm's
Yeah.
grain comes from them. They have the big dollar.
Dollar bills, y'all.
or as we say,
I-
the big dragon.
I suspect Lady Oleda's played a very long-term game with that.
I do as well.
I'm actually surprised then if she considered him an acceptable match. I'm surprised that she didn't get him to come along.
He had to stay behind with Lady Marjorie to run the house. Otherwise, it would just be Mace.
I suppose.
That is what she
I
said.
I don't want to be unfair to a man I've never met, but she paints a vivid picture of him.
But she loves him. I can tell that.
Yeah, under.
Oh Lord, she be my grandmother.
Yes.
God.
Yes. Now, I don't want that to put you off right away.
That just
your
put my heart in my
children would
throat.
be heir to High Garden.
Mm.
I'm heir to House
Nothing.
Nymeria.
And
I'm not leaving
Interesting.
here.
Valyrian
for a High
blooded.
Garden.
Well, I mean, I think
would be both of you, like out of care, like traveling kind of to and from, probably. You know, the heads of houses have wed before, and it works out. And also remember that, like, you know, Renly is Lord of Storm's End, but he mostly hangs out in King's Landing or the Reach, right? So, like, you don't have to be where you are Lord or Lady of necessarily to, you know, do stuff.
Sorry. I had
yeah, that I mean that certainly like takes care of like what I know was an out of character concern.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it is a concern because, let's face it, I'm very ambitious for House Nymeria. We have just started, and look at what we've already accomplished.
Absolutely. I think of this perhaps as an opportunity to really seriously bring that strength up several pegs. Out of the three options that you have, it's probably the strongest politically, because it doesn't make us any enemies and gains us a lot of power.
Oh, I don't know what that enemies part.
Tyrell has enemies.
I'm not saying it doesn't have enemies, but I mean, House Dondarrion has enemies too.
Well, no. What I mean is a Valyrian-blooded heir to House Tyrell is a potential kingmaker.
But I mean, we're on King Robert's good side, and if we can stay on his good side,
That's exactly what I'm saying.
You have to stay on his good side, or he'll wipe us out.
I don't think he's going to wipe us out for just existing at this stage. We would have to be making noises about it.
That kind of alliance, I don't know if the crown could.
Just how many?
I don't think Lady Olenna would suggest something that would get us all killed.
No, she knows we're settled with that. But I think her end game is.
Her end
But
game.
well, perhaps
I know what her.
Perhaps
Well, I
talk
need
to
more
her.
wine.
I mean, there's nothing to say that we can't discuss any of these with them. I'm sure Lady Olenna would be happy to elaborate on her decisions and perhaps assuage your doubts. Or grandfather, for that matter.
I expect you mean Rhaena's doubts. I for one, nothing I said should be construed as a doubt. Simply an acknowledgement.
I mean, I suppose just like, what do you have more of, ambition or fear?
Me?
Yes.
Ambition.
Well, although I suppose it's more. I suppose
Why are
could
you
be
asking
said to
that
be-
question?
It could be said to be a general question, but
We are
you know,
blood
like,
dragons.
if-
We have no
if you're-
fear.
if we have no fear and we're sufficiently ambitious, then what do we care what King Robert thinks, unless he's actively marching on us?
Oh, I'm not saying we need to care. I'm saying that if that's the end game, that's eventually what we'll be facing. So we need to be aware of that.
I mean,
I'm fine with that end game, actually, if that's what I think we're talking about, because we're
This
not.
was not a complaint.
I'm just saying, like, you know, if Marcella Baratheon had been on the list for me, I would fucking take it, because I'm not an idiot who wants to languish like in the shadows forever.
Yes.
So I'm saying, like, just being powerful, like all the Paramount houses are currently very powerful in their own right, but they're not necessarily a threat. You know.
The Westlands are going to start looking at us very hard if they're not already.
Yes, that's really it. It's not House Baratheon so much as it's
The Westerlands. We can impress Robert and keep him on our good side by acting in his name and increasing his glory. That's what he wants.
I mean, we're already doing that.
Exactly.
Of course, because we're loyal subjects
rewarded.
to the crown. We would never think of being otherwise.
Wait, are you being sarcastic?
Oh. Yes.
Right, I'm just checking.
Yes.
It's helpful for me to know what everyone's leanings are.
I'm ambitious, Adam. I have plans.
You're not the only one, it seems.
Plans.
I know. I think I'm just trying to say that I don't think that the crown is quite as much of a concern yet as it might seem.
Oh, I am by no means saying we need to be concerned that Robert's going to march an army down here next week. But I'm saying that as we accumulate that kind of power, especially that way, we're going to get on some people's list, exactly like Raina said. And that is something we'll have to be aware of, not afraid of.
We just need to be aware of it. I spoke to Bela not long ago. With us becoming much more prominent in the way power is shifting in Westeros, there are forces that are going to try and drive wedges into House Nymerian to split us up, to divert our power that we are just now really starting to pool. And as we marry and bring in new allies and bring in more power, those people will become something that we need to be more aware of.
I agree. I think what I'm trying to say, I suppose, is that if we're going to try to, build up the glory and strength of the house, which we're doing anyway, we're going to make enemies along the way, no matter what we do. So we might as well have powerful friends.
Yes.
Yes. I think we're all on the same page here.
I mean, I assume. I'm looking at Bela.
Yeah, of course.
Yes. Well, I'm leaning towards Willis. He seems...
From his letter, he seemed really nice. And he was... Well, my perception was that he was trying to be honest and forthright while still trying to
romance.
Yes, and for my part, I thought that effort was charming.
I did too.
So did I.
And everyone I've met in House Tyrell I have liked, so I think they're broadly good people.
Yeah, I'll say that sometimes you get the feeling that people from House Tyrell might be fake because of how well polished they are and always having, like the perfect demeanor and thing to say, right? That definitely did not come across as overly polished, the perfect thing to say, and I think you got a sense of his real personality.
We may have to make a trip up to the Reach at some point soon.
Oh, I would love to see Highgarden.
I agree, I would too.
I'm very in favor of that.
Well, I mean, you could marry this nice girl from the Reach that Lady Olenna has taken under her wing.
Wait, hold on, she's here. We don't need to go to Highgarden to meet her. She's here.
Say, like, you could probably go to Highgarden to marry her if you wanted.
No. That's the one that comes with a couple of years grace. If I get that, I'm fucking taking it.
I'm just saying, you said you wanted to go to High Garden. I'm trying to remind you, you got the way.
That's your
Oh.
in.
So look, what are your thoughts? They all seem nice. I mean, I know
Me?
Miranda and Mary are nice.
I like Miranda a lot. I don't see marrying Miranda because she's too much like me. That frightens me.
I think it would be a very interesting life.
If I wanted to do that, I'd just lay in front of a mirror all day.
You don't?
What, you don't do that?
Like Adam.
No,
did.
I have to get
How
up.
dare you? That was not the implication.
Just nice your tits, though. I'm good with that.
Oh, look. You just had to lower the tone.
You did me.
Yes, I know you. So,
She'd keep you on your toes. You'd never be bored.
that's
That's
no,
true.
I want to be bored sometimes.
Really?
No, you do not.
You know.
But I mean, also like just Mary wrote such an entertaining and spirited letter. She really
Yes. I like to talk to the other two girls and see what happens.
definitely, and probably take some time to maybe get to know Lady Valena a bit better.
We probably
they-
would anyway.
But they all seem delightful.
And they should come with their own strategic advantages as well. But we will see. Or, I mean, Aegon the Conqueror had multiple wives.
Conqueror.
Remind me, how many dragons do we have again, Raina?
Pardon?
How many dragons do we have again?
0.
We have,
Yeah.
if you count Heartpiercer, a part of one. I was like,
Well, it's more than most have.
yeah.
Have a sliver
Yes.
of a dragon. That is less than 1.
Well, if we come across any, let me know.
I will.
Well,
surely
hey,
pay you
I
a
was
minute.
thinking about taking
It
a
will
ship
come
from
up.
Valyria. Do you want to come along? We could look for dragons.
Not the worst idea in the world. It's pretty bad, but it's not the worst. I'm sure there's worse.
I'm going to need someone who's capable. You'd make a fine pirate.
If
No.
I started sailing around on a ship, they would just think I was Orn Waters, I think.
All right. Yes.
You're not considering him, are you, Bela?
No. Do you remember last night? No.
I do.
I thought that was quite rude, frankly.
But we could all agree he's very attractive.
Well,
Yeah, that only gets you so far, though.
Beauty's only skin deep, but ugly goes right to the fucking bone.
That's
oh.
true.
Yikes. So really, it's Sir Baitland Swan or
Garth Greysteel.
Garth Greysteel. Both of them
Yeah.
are here.
Yeah. I think I might challenge Garth Greysteel to some sparring, some practice.
Oh, I love it.
So,
That is such a you way to get to know someone. I love it.
It tells you a lot about them.
I'll
Yeah.
fight them.
Fight 'em.
more so than that, but when she defeats them, and she will defeat them, their reaction will tell us a lot about them. Their personality, what kind of fan they are.
I also
Yes.
have another plan, but I'll keep that to myself for now.
Hoarding secrets now.
I won't tell. Oh,
Well, I'm going to head back out to the tournament grounds
Right.
and see if anybody's brave enough to tap on a shield.
yes. I think I need a distraction after all that.
get gold off of our cousin today. So we're going back out there.
Well done. I couldn't bring myself to bet on her.
I could have sworn she was going to challenge me, but you know what? Let her.
I mean, frankly, if I was better at jousting, I would do it just to try and wipe that smirk off her face. But I am not quite that good at horse.
Do you think our cousin would be so rude as to beat you in your own name day at the joust?
Yeah.
I think she would consider that her moral duty.
Fair.
Oh.
I'd like to stop by the kitchen before heading out to the tournament
Oh yeah, we need
grounds.
food.
That's a good idea, actually.
Oh yeah, we didn't eat anything. You just got lectured.
Yes,
Wait,
I think I need to go down and get better to put some bread in my face.
There were Dornish purses available.
Yeah,
For some reason, you just didn't have an appetite while you were being told who you had to marry and stuff.
I wonder why.
As you are making your way towards the kitchens, though, you hear some footsteps behind you, kind of hurrying to catch up. And it's loud. It's not somebody sneaking or whatever. And look back, you see that it is Sir Derek Fossaway, the Strongsider, your master at arms. And it looks like he must have been hurrying from around a corner and around another corner. Like, when they leave that room, there's a 50% chance that they'll come this way, and I can talk to them. I'm trying to wait, but not close enough that I'm lurking, right? Like, it was trying to stay a polite distance away, and now you hear him kind of cursing under his breath as he is hurrying to, doing the fast walk to try to catch up to you lot.
We slow down. Do not speed up.
Strong-sider, sir.
Yeah. And he's, big and broad and kind of slope-shouldered, kind of like the actor Ray Winstone is kind of what I have in mind for him. Just kind of a big, round dude, that is gone fleshy in his middle age. So he's laughing a little bit like, oh, you lot walk fast. Hells. Sorry, I just wanted to speak with you. Felia told me that you lot got summoned by your grandfather, Lord, and by that Lady Olenna. And we're given to understand there's also been a number of letters being exchanged between beautiful maidens and dashing lords and such, all about the lot of you. So I'm thinking perhaps your Lord Grandfather finally decided to break the seal on that cask of wine and start pouring a few glasses to those that want to drink. Yeah?
Yeah.
I need a drink more than anything right now.
Yes.
Please
Something along
give
those
me
lines,
drink.
Yes.
If
I would like 10 drink, please.
on the matter of betrothals and marriages and such. And this is a little weird because you notice Sir Derek almost doing like the shy armadillo pose. You know that meme where the armadillo's like holding his hands, hunching a little bit, and like you haven't really seen the strong cider like this before. He's not a kind of quiet and careful man, right? He's pretty loud and boisterous, and he still fights, any, guardsmen and stuff that like gets out of line. He will do a sparring session with them by way of or punishment, right? He's this big, loud, burly dude, and you can tell that he's looking almost sheepish, and he's picking his words as carefully as he taught you all of where to place your lances, right? Like he's suddenly being almost shy, very serious, and careful. I'm not one with much experience by way of marriages and betrothals and such. I was the type of knight never interested in a bride. He says, talking to you and looking at Adam.
I think I understand.
Your uncle, Lucaris, the one you have the honor to be named after, boy. He still calls you boy no matter how old you get. 20 years,
Forever.
20 years from now, he'll be dying in bed. You'll be 40. He'll be calling you boy. He says, the one you have the honor to be named after. All I could do was bring his body home after the rebellion. And all I wanted to do was die with him. Eh? We were close. You understand me?
We understand.
I'm not sure.
He was still betrothed. Your Lord Grandfather had arranged it, and with Bethany Redwine, who's here this week. He and that lady Olena got to talking about your Uncle Luke, and they tried to talk about your Uncle Alan, but he and Elia saw to that. But they were working on such things, and Bethany Redwine was supposed to marry him. He wasn't any happier about it than I was, but he did it. When he left that solar, and he needed a drink, he got his drink, and he needed his drink, and he earned his drink, but he also swallowed that betrothal. And if we'd made it back from the Trident together, well, I reckon I'd be Master at Arms somewhere in the Reach right now, or Summit, I don't know. But he'd have done his duty. So you boys and you lasses, just remember that. This is for the future of your house. Yeah?
I understand.
Yes, sir.
Adam struggles to make a noise, but he kind of moves his head in the affirmative.
And don't any of you go marrying that Gwyneth Ironwood off to me. Eh? Anyway, I'm heading out to the tourney fields. I just had that on my chest for a better part of a decade, I suppose, and finally had to come and talk to you lot about it. Well,
I extend him a knightly handshake and forearm grasp.
yeah, he still has a forearm that makes that difficult. Huge, arms and hands like hams, and yeah, he very ruggedly returns the gesture, and then kind of composes himself, pulls his belt up a little bit, and right, well, I'm off to go see to the grounds that Will of the Bells, he's a lacquered he is. It just goes back to his kind of good-natured grumbling. But go ahead, Ash.
Yeah, just before he can totally flee, but with sufficient distance that I can say this like quietly, Adam will kind of grab the sort of like crook of his elbow and just gives it like, I am truly sorry for your loss.
Oh,
But I would like, and kind of what he's conveying is like, I get the subtext here, and I am so sorry that happened.
It's not to be done for it. It's decades gone now, but you lot would have loved it.
I'm sure I would.
Anyways, I just off. I get some sunshine, and the like. I'm gone. I'll go. It just kind of trundles off, and yeah, tries to kind of get his gait back, his normal rolling, kind of mildly bow-legged from a life in the saddle, etc., etc. and get his bluster back too, which is how you lot are used to him.
Oh man. Oh, it's heartbreaking. I'm fine.
I pat Adam in the back.
Thanks, Luke.
What did you just yell at me?
I yelled, "We can't hear you, babe," because you didn't push the talk.
I was just agreeing. That's fine. I was just kind of,
This is turning out to be quite an eye-opening tournament.
And emotionally exhausting.
You said it.
Are you ready to go and face cousin Elia?
I suppose we're going to have to, aren't we? I shall have to think up more languid put-downs.
Good luck with that.
Look, I don't actually have a serious problem with her. She just rubs me up the wrong way all the time.
Well, try not to use that kind of phrasing around her. She's going to turn into a jape.
Definitely.
So, Bessa of Wyvern's Rest eagerly stuffs the lot of you full of food. And she's got, the lunches that are prepared. She's got leftover big yeasty rolls from breakfast. It looks like she's just perpetually keeping rashers of bacon going because there's so many nights just kind of coming and going and people in and out. And she's hurriedly tossing together little bacon sandwiches for, the squires and the pages. Anybody that runs a message to the kitchen leaves with food, because you're growing lads, and that sort of thing. And she's also willing to dip into what of dinner is already prepared for the young scions of House Namiri. If you don't want what is available for lunch, she just busts out all the food, whatever food is in this kitchen. She's making sure, when you lot say, "Oh, we were the grandfather of the Solar, we missed lunch," she's gonna cluck cluck, and then she's gonna do work, right? And see to it that none of you go hungry.
excellent.
And so, back out to the tourney grounds, I believe.
Yes.
Yes, we'll head back to the champions little pavilion.
I would go to the fancier, not champions pavilion.
I'm going to bring a few wine skins of the
box.
fancier wine with me as I go out there.
Yeah, I think this time Adam will join Raina in the box.
Okay.
Who else is in the box? Who else have we got in the box?
Who's in the box? What's in the box?
What's in the box?
It could be a boat.
Lord Stannis is not there right now. He was earlier. I just forgot her name. Iris Dannett. Jesus. I was about to call her an Elia or an Alisane because everyone else is.
Right.
But yeah, Iris Dannett is there, just sitting in the shade. And as you arrive, you see a knight leaving with a polite bow and a smile. And you get the distinct impression that she has been dealing with the occasional knight wandering up and introducing himself. This was one of the Fossaway boys who, as he gets back down out of the kind of viewing box, is the three Fossaway brothers that are here, the three single ones, are immediately, elbowing each other and talking about which one she liked best and which one's going to win her. And, oh, well, you might ride better than me tomorrow if the gods favor you, but they'll be cursing that poor girl her whole life. And, just kind of giving each other shit. And it sounds like they're not the first of the eligible bachelor knights that has kind of come up here and visited with her over the lunch break.
How did she look about that whole concept? Does she look
She-
exhausted or entertained?
She seems to be having a fine time with it. Remember that she was kind of the equivalent of like a waitress at Hooters, except if Hooters was also a whorehouse, right? Like she was one of the like wait staff at the brothel and the tab. It was the Green Sleeves,
Green Tree.
Green Tree.
Green Tree.
So she's used to flirtation. Like she has gotten a crash course in it during her time in King's Landing, even more so than most, highborn maidens looking for a suitor. She seems to be just having a grand old time twisting these boys up and kind of testing the waters.
Excellent.
And Septon Jim is still there, and he's idly eating one of Bessa of Wyvern's Rest's bacon sandwiches. And you can see he's kind of doing the stern fatherly thing. As all these young men approach, he's making sure that none of them are, doing or saying anything inappropriate while they gallantly introduce themselves to the young maiden that they might end up marrying this week, But he's also standing there back in the kind of viewer's box and keeping an eye on things. Yeah, that seems to be it. Just Grandpa Maekar is no doubt still in his solar. Stannis may have already had enough fun for the day. He is nowhere to be seen.
He is funned out.
My fun meter went from 0 to 1, so I'm done with
So that
this.
was enough. that was enough. Anymore, it's just too much. Well, I make a point when we come back. When I checked on Lady Iris to make sure she was not make sure she was still feeling okay about her role today. And she seemed okay. Then I just kind of grinned at her because she's holding her own very well, and I'm very proud of her.
She gives you a pretty authentic smile for probably the first time. And you can tell that it starts as just, oh, somebody's shadow is falling over me. I will turn and give a pretty smile, right? But you can tell that she really is enjoying this, and that she does not seem displeased to see a Nymerian for maybe the first time. Like, she seems to be taking to this and also enjoying having a say in something, to the extent that she might actually be a little appreciative towards you and your siblings for how this has been done.
She felt pretty positive about this whole idea, so
Don't worry, I'll stay far away, so that should help.
because
we know you mean well. It just goes badly sometimes.
That's true. But all right. Well, I'm glad that she's doing well, and I'm super happy that she's happy. And that's all.
Before we settle in, I want to try to get Adam's attention real quick.
Yes.
Adam, would you do me a favor?
Depends on the favor, but probably.
It's a simple one.
What would you like me to do?
Oh, sorry, give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Sorry about that.
How mysterious.
Shit. 1 second.
Who's that guy?
So
All right, I'm sorry about that.
It's all right. We had fun at your expense.
Would you be willing to track down and tell Meredith Crane I've received her letter and was appreciative of it?
I'd be delighted to.
I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Of course, no problem. Rusty, I take it she's not in the box, so I would have to go elsewhere.
yeah, she is kind of
In the box.
in Adam's hell, and that she is hanging out with the young lady Alisane Bulwer, Lady Janet Tyrell, who is married into House Fossaway since then, Lady Mina Tyrell, who has since wed into House Redwine, her daughter, the lovely Desmera Redwine, the Lady Bethany Redwine, who married into House Rowan, the Lady Denise Hightower, who married into House Redwine, the Lady Miranda Royce.
I think I get it. Okay. Oh God.
I'm just saying,
okay.
this is almost Lady Moria. Yeah.
Oh, she's right next. She's with Miranda. I'm so glad I said Adam.
Basically, all of the women are, kind of, all of the non-warrior women, I should say, are basically hanging out together under, their own little awning, and they're looking at the knights, and occasionally a knight walks up to them, and then the knight leaves, and all the girls giggle, and right? Like it's all, it's the popular girls clique, basically.
Okay. So, well, I mean, this is the thing, Robert. If anything, Adam might actually do better at this because he's got no sexual attraction to them whatsoever, so there's no stakes.
Right. Well, I'm sitting at him, yeah.
Just be like, yeah, whatever.
Luke's
My
gonna
brother liked
crash
your-
and
my brother
burn on
liked
that
your letter,
group or
bye.
never come back. We don't know which.
Well, in that case, before going to the box, Adam will swing by that gaggle of ladies, if possible.
The young lady of House Bulwer shows her age for a moment, as she seems to be the first. She's like 12.
Okay.
She is the first to spot you, and she lets out a squeak and immediately turns and starts fanning herself so the fan is in the way and she can pretend not to have seen you coming. So it sounds like the lady of House Bulwer knows what is afoot, but does not yet know how to feel about it. So she is just out to ignore you. And let's see here. I will roll just real quick to see which of the ladies notices that and responds in some way. We'll go with Lady Janet Tyrell, the daughter of Lady Olena, who is...
How interesting.
And you can tell that Alisane Bulwer has kind of been clinging to either Olena Redwine or Janet Tyrell. Janet is kind of the probable leader of the clique, or certainly one of them, of this gaggle of highborn reach ladies. She turns and goes, "Oh, young Adam the Archer," and she gives you a flawless curtsy and a beaming smile, and every one of the girls there responds kind of as you would expect in a Disney cartoon with handsome young Adam walking up. The ones that are wed and are mothers all give friendly curtsies and kind of warm smiles. The younger ones, Ala Tyrell and Eleanor Tyrell and Mega Tyrell, are all a little bit giggly and fanning themselves so that you're supposed to think they're blushing, and maybe they are, maybe they're not, right? All the younger ones are like, "Oh, look, it's blah, blah, blah," So yeah, you're in Wyvern's Rest. You are the cool kid, and you are, wealthy and good looking and stuff. So yeah, they are all quite...
Yes, I paid points for that perk.
They are all quite appropriately flirtatious and gracious and polite, as appropriate for their age bracket.
Okay, well, Adam will give them a courtly bow and greet them. Ladies, it's delight to see you enjoying the tourney. I hope you're all well.
Lady Janet gives another little curtsy and says, "I believe most of us have recovered from the heat of the dragon peppers last evening." Yes, my lord.
I'm sure you all put up a valiant effort. Thank you for so graciously indulging our Dornish fire.
And she, oh, we've all done what we can to quench the fires with some of your fine Nymerian red. Oh, look at us, it's not even high sun yet. And, just that heat, how much we're drinking type of,
Yeah. Well, tourneys are to be enjoyed, so I think you're well in a good place there. I was wondering if I might borrow Lady Meredith for a moment.
They all make a tremendous show of ooh, that type of thing, right? Like the youngest ones are the loudest about it. That trio of Alla, Mega, and Eleanor, and Mary actually swats them with her fan. She's like, shush, and makes her way over, laughing at the whole thing. And they're all just having a good time and ribbing their friend. But she makes her way to the front of the gaggle and gives you a curtsy with the usual playful twinkle in her eye.
Ah, lovely to see you again, my lady. My brother asked me to convey a message to you that he has received your letter. He enjoyed it very much and looks forward to speaking to you further this week. And sorry, go ahead.
Several of the blushing young maidens behind her, like, basically say the word gasp aloud. Like, everyone's just like, oh, right? Like, they're all, they're going through all the motions of supporting their friend and being, cutely scandalized by all of it. Like, they're just all through all the motions of the stuff. And yeah, she gives you a beaming smile.
I thought we were on the edge of earshot, but I don't. Okay, that's fine. It's fine if they hear it. It's cool.
Okay.
No, it's all right. It's totally fine if they hear it. Maybe Adam has not taken her quite far enough away. But that's fine. That's okay. I guess I'll maybe then say quiet, a bit quieter. That on a personal note, of his. I hesitate to call them suitors, but of the ones he has, you are my favourite. So if there is anything I can do to assist you in your endeavour, I am your humble servant.
She gives you a kind of faux mortified look at first, and she's like, wait, did he read it aloud?
Unfortunately, our grandfather did not really give us privacy, so I may have been privy to the contents of your letter.
The Queen of Thorns is going to flay me. Deuces.
No, it's fine. I'm telling you this just between you and I. I will not be breathing a word to anyone else.
Well,
I wanted you to know that I also very much enjoyed the story you told, and if it helps at all, Lady Olenna laughed quite, shall we say, effusively.
We shan't, because I know you're lying. Her laugh is broken. Repair the ruined tatters of my romance, then. Yes, you can help me, young Adam, and I'm just the way. And she draws herself up and looks every inch the princess ordering a knight to go slay a dragon. So I think she strikes this thoughtful pose with her fan, and then she opens it and gestures at you with it grandiosely. And she goes, "Tell him he should wed me as his name day gift to you."
I like it.
Just get rid of whatever bauble he already gave you. I promise.
I mean,
straight up.
I've made a terrible mistake.
I shan't do that because the gift was excellent, but I shall make further demands in my capacity as birthday boy.
Tell him it'll be your name day gift next year.
I am prepared to forgo 10 and 7's name day gift for that.
Darling boy. Well,
There's a manipulative nature to her I love.
You can tell
Right?
she is absolutely just kind of fucking with you. Like I don't know how to ask you for help, but she's going through the motions and teasy, flirty, jokily, just
Yeah,
trying
we're
to,
having a bit of fun.
Well, your noble sacrifice will be remembered. We will name our first son after you.
Yes. I am touched and honored and touched.
Well, I would like to be several of those things as well. Once I have a sir husband. So,
Oh, wouldn't we all, Mary? Wouldn't we all?
Oh.
the maidens once again titter as though scandalized. They're all just you can tell, though, that young Alisane Bulwer has not turned back around. Like, most of them have, like, turned to talk to you, and she's just like, yes, of course, the backplate of that man's armor over there must be fascinating, right? Like, she's just looking at something random. She's occasionally making noise, like the older girls are, you know, and giggling when they giggle and stuff, but she is pointedly not looking at you because she's terrified that you might be looking at her, is the vibe that you get.
Well, I mean, unfortunately, I am going to get to her in a minute when I'm done talking to Mary. But yeah, you are gracious as always, Lady Meredith. I look forward to working with you on nefarious plans in the future.
Ah, how amazingly scandalous. Delicious.
Enjoy the rest of the day.
Do you plan on riding and hawking with your sisters and we merry few?
I do indeed. I am also planning a hunt a little later in the week, and you would all be very welcome.
Fantastic.
Of course, also welcome to stay gossiping at the back if that is your preference.
Oh no, I will muster the girls and sharpen our spears. Or not. But yes, we will make sure our horses are ready.
Excellent. I guess, as that's kind of, I presume, drawing to a close.
Yeah, just continue. Assume there's a bit more banter.
Sure. I guess Adam will kind of look over Lady Alisane.
She starts just a little, like, damn, he saw me. And just, like, you can tell, like, there's like tension, like, and then she turns and she looks fine and perfect and composed and every inch the little lady that fits in next to Jana Tyrell and Mina Tyrell and Bethany Redwine. Like, she is very clearly parroting the lady wives, not the maidens, right? Like, she is patterning her behavior when she knows that she's being looked at after the generation before her, because she is the lady of a house. She is not, you know, young Mega Tyrell at 14 looking to be betrothed. So she's definitely trying to look like the grown-ups. But she turns and composes herself and looks flawless as she gives the perfect little curtsy and fans herself just right as appropriate for the heat, and gives you a warm smile. Lord Adam, congratulations upon such a fine start to your tourney. 6 shattered lancers is a fine omen indeed.
Thank you. You're most gracious. I would be honoured if your ladyship would do me the kindness of joining me for a walk in the gardens after dinner tonight.
You don't get the ooh from everyone else. Like, you get the feeling that the trio of 14-year-old Tyrell girls have been told when to be playful and when not, right? Like, they knew this was coming. They were probably going over battle plans with Queen Olena of Thorns, just like Bela was with all her knights and captains, right? Like, the whole ride here, she was probably like, listen, if you ruin this, you know, for Alisane, I will have you flensed. right? So like they all give, um, just like they exchange some eager looks for their friend and fan themselves a little faster, right? Like you can tell that they are all listening now. And for just an instant, you see Alicine's gaze flick over to Jana Tyrell, who's still, standing nearby. And then she nods and curses and says, "Of course, my lord. It would be my honor. Uh, Even during my visits to Highgarden, we have heard of the beauty of the Gardens of Wyvern's Rest."
Well, we shall enjoy them together later then. I look forward to it.
As do I. And another perfect little ladylike curtsy. And yeah, like she's one of the like married red wine Tyrell girls, just smaller, right? Like just every motion is like textbook, etiquette stuff.
Mhm. Now, if you'll excuse me, ladies, I must be going to watch the next stage of our competitions. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
You get an assortment of farewells and seven blessings and toodaloos and goodbyes and a few girlish giggles, and yeah, so you have apparently passed muster.
Okay. Adam will extricate himself and is going to go to the box and is going to sit next to Lady Iris.
All right. I think we're gonna cut it there, though. I just noticed it's 6. So we will pick up with some roleplay just before the tourney events commence anew, with that giggling gaggle of Reach maidens, mothers, and wives, as our kind of closing shot of the day. And after you leave, you hear the Blue Bard start strumming again and idly providing them a soundtrack, because he's over there entertaining all the Highborn ladies. So yeah, this was a productive session. We got some stuff done.
Productive.
Right, yeah. I've been sitting on some betrothal stuff for a long time, and I've got some betrothal options for you lot to worry about for some NPCs coming up too, because you guys are going to be playing the betrothal minigame with some of the NPCs around you as well. Trying to maximize player choices and impact. But those were like...
Sorry if that kind of kept... Yeah, I mean, it did keep from the archery, but I'm sorry about that.
No, it's fine. It's your tourney. We're not like on the clock to get things done at certain times, right? So yeah, it's all fine.
Plus, I thought I would add some build up if she spoke to you first, so that we could talk. I could talk to her at a later date. So
yeah. So thank you for coming by, everybody. Viewers, I hope you had a good time. Thank you for joining us here on Play the Game, and hopefully we'll see you back here in 2 Sundays when we continue with A Sea of Spears. I've also been streaming on this channel every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at noon Central Time. So swing by. I'm doing a playthrough of Shadowrun Dragonfall right now on Monday and Friday, so Shadowrun fans. And then Wednesdays, I'm just doing something else. I actually just got another game that fits with the W theme. So this upcoming Wednesday might be Watch Over Wednesday. It might be Waterdeep Wednesday for Lords of Waterdeep, or it could now be a Wildlands Wednesday, as I go kill Bolivian drug lords in Ghost Recon Wildlands. So just got a couple different games I can cycle through on Wednesdays, but Monday and Friday come by for some Shadowrun. Every other Sunday come by for Sea of Spears. And Ash, what do you got?
Yeah, just I think that was Badnug is holding the throne now at end of session. So is that a royal boon for Badnug as well as the destiny point?
I think he was the last one to cycle it over, so yes. I always have to go full screen to check. Yeah, okay. Because the name under the royal the Iron Throne is so teensy tiny. that I can never see it without maximizing and
pretty
windows
small.
and stuff. But yeah, so Bad Nug, it is still you. So PM me like always and let me know who will get that royal boon. And yeah, thanks for coming by.
Also,
sure, always nice to see you.
Mystery Knight said he's full on Destiny points, so he can't take anymore. He told me.
He told
Or
you.
she, whomever it is.
I am gonna cap it on the Mystery Knight because they are sitting on like 3 right now. And that is enough.
Like I
So
have the mightiest need to know who this knight is. Like with the fire of 1,000 suns, it is burning my soul not knowing.
Well, I will say, come by the Discord and discuss things. It'll be fun, everybody.
Yes,
Yeah, definitely.
join the Discord and come theorize with us and also talk about a bunch of other stuff too.
yeah, and we, I don't know, how do we do like a link to the server? Anybody better
Oh
serve
yeah,
than me?
hang
How
on.
do we do that?
Let me see if I can do that. Just give me a second. You know what? Oh, I'm so haven't a clue.
Yep, I should have. It's my fault.
Oh, yeah. I was just like, I can invite people, but I don't think there's like a link. We can maybe generate like an invite.
All right, I think
There you
that
go.
link works.
Sure.
That's the server.
Oh
is
yes,
trending.
found it. Yeah.
It says,
Literally just.
like on my end, it says to send it to a friend, but
Oh.
I don't think that that's tied into anything. So
Sure. I'm gonna say right now, I still can't like copy and paste a link. So
weird.
um,
We'll figure it out later.
if you could take a look at that later, that would be great.
Yeah, it's probably something that I did wrong when I was setting it up. I'm figuring out as I go.
Yeah, you
but
maybe
hey,
need to give me like more permissions or something.
yeah, so if anybody is interested in joining the Play the Game Discord, if you need to, just DM me and I'll shoot you the link and we'll figure it out. Give me your Discord name and I'll make sure you got it. But thanks for coming by. Thanks for hanging out in chat. It's always nice to have the kind of side convos going and the questions to answer and all that stuff. I hope that everyone is enjoying the drama Roma comedy of A Sea of Spears. as we're
Dramedy.
in, another little bit less bloodthirsty arc, a little bit, with a tourney instead of a war. And hopefully we'll see everybody back here in 2 weeks. Please feel free to toss us follows and likes and subscriptions and bits to split between the fantastic crew of players that are the future of House Nymerian, that now have even more of the future of House Nymerian to think about and agonize over in coming weeks. So, see you back here in a couple weeks, everybody. Thanks for coming back to Westeros with us.
Ah.
Bye bye. I love you.
Goodbye.